Okay, Chair, we are unmuted to the broadcast. You may call the meeting to order whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you, everybody. And I don't see Mr. Ginden at this point. Is he somewhere here?
I'm in room 4100, Mr. Chairman, so
Oh,
in the Ledge
I
building.
see you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Would you like me to do the opening remarks before we jump in, or is there anything you would like to do beforehand, Mr. Ginden?
I need to do roll call on agenda item 1 first, Mr. Chairman. So if you're okay, I will start the meeting then with the roll call.
Please.
Thank you. For the record, Russell Ginden, Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division of Legislative Counsel Bureau. So under agenda item 1, I will do the roll call vote, or excuse me, the roll call. Marvin Levitt.
Here.
Jennifer Lewis.
Here.
Frank Streschley.
Here.
Vice Chair Linda Rosenthal.
Here.
Chair Craig Billings.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect that all the members are present for this morning's meeting.
Great. Thank you.
With that then, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to proceed to agenda item number 2, which is opening remarks.
Certainly. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome the members, the presenter staff, and any members of the public to our December 3rd meeting of the Economic Forum. Like the prior meetings, I would like to thank the Legislative Council Bureau's BPS staff for assisting in setting up the meeting virtually. At today's meeting, we will have all the forecasters present their forecasts for each of the major general fund revenue sources under agenda item 5. This body will have to approve a forecast for each revenue source for fiscal years 21, 22, and 23 of the next biennium. To facilitate this forecast approval process and have the public record accurately reflect our actions, I have asked staff to conduct a roll call vote for each revenue source. After concluding the business under agenda item 5, we'll consider the forecasts of the minor revenue sources adopted by the Technical Advisory Committee at their meeting last Wednesday. Staff has informed me that there are adjustments to the forecast for 2 revenue sources that will be presented to us. After consideration of this information, we will need to approve a set of forecasts for the minor revenue sources under agenda item 6. We have been provided a draft of the forecast report that will be considered under agenda item 7. This is the text portion of the report to which our final approved forecast table will be attached, and this complete report is provided to the governor and the legislature as required by NRS 353.228. After the approval of forecasts for all the revenue sources and tax credits under agenda items 5 and 6 and the approval of our recommendation for changes to the text of the forecast report, the forum will take a recess while staff creates the forecast table and report based on our actions. After this work is completed, we will come back into session for a final review and approval of the forecast report and table under agenda item 7. Staff has informed me that this process may take a little longer than past meetings due to the virtual nature of the meeting. Although this will be addressed later in the meeting, I have instructed staff that upon adjournment of this meeting to distribute the approved forecast report and table electronically to those individuals who have signed up to receive information on the Economic Forum, as well as place these documents on the forum's page on the legislative website. With that, I'd like to ask whether any of the other members have opening remarks that they would like to make. With that, I'd then like to proceed to any public comment under agenda item 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Great. Mr. Ginden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's okay with you as the chair and the rest of the body, I thought if we could go just a little out of order here, as we've historically done at the December meeting, which is go to agenda item 7, which is the approval of the Economic Forum's forecast, Economic Forum's December 3rd, 2020 revenue forecast report. And I'm not going to ask the members to consider approving the report. It's just at this point in time that we ask the members if there are any changes or items for consideration under the report that the members want to make, because that would allow us as staff to work on that while we're proceeding with the rest of the agenda to try and make the during recess process a little more efficient for staff to complete the work product and get it back more quickly. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I did know it was sent out yesterday to the members. It was also placed on the website. You can see that we put the watermark on it that it was a preliminary working draft that had not been approved by this body, just so in case anybody pulled it off the website, was not led to believe that this was some kind of product that had been vetted and approved by this body. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I will turn it over to you and the members as to whether there are any questions or recommendations for changes or edits to the document.
Thank you. Any edits from the members?
I just want to mention, I thought you did a really good job with the way you drafted the report.
For the record, this is Linda Rosenthal. I would agree. I thought it was very comprehensive and very well written.
Great. With that, I don't think there's any substantive changes. Mr. Gendon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the forum. That helps us with regards to know that all that's left with regards to work on that text portion of the report is, as this body makes its decisions, the numbers will be entered into that report and during the recess so that we can bring it back to you. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I can go back to the agenda and proceed in order. So agenda item 4 is the presentation of historical taxable sales and gaming market statistics. And as you're all getting used to this, I don't plan on going through these. These are the charts that have been updated on the taxable sales side to reflect the latest month for September. And then the gaming include the business activity month through October and the collections through November. And so those charts are updated. They are on the meeting materials portion for today's meeting. And with that, that was the comments that I wanted to make under this agenda item, Mr. Chair. And so if there are no questions or comments about the charts or tables, then I would suggest that we can proceed to agenda item 5.
Any comments or questions? No.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
hearing none.
Thank you. So under agenda item 5, this is the review and approval of forecasts of the major general fund revenues for FY21, FY22, and FY23. And Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make a few comments as I historically do with regards to, you have the electronic version of the packet. And so to just quickly go through, on page 3 of that, you have table 1 that shows the actual collections for the last few fiscal years as well as the year-to-date through November. That is for most of the smaller revenue sources that we have pulled the data from the controller system through November. The larger monthlies, especially some of those monthly revenue sources that you'll be considering here today, we have the information through September. And as I stated, we have the gaming through November for collections. And then what we were able to have reported was the first quarter of the quarterly revenue sources. So that is the information set that's reflected in the actual portion of Table 1. Table 3 begins on page 13. That is what we call the agency fiscal budget forecast table. And that's what it does, is it shows you the forecast for the agency fiscal budget by forecaster by fiscal year for each of the general fund revenue sources. Table 4 on page 21 of the packet displays the forecast by forecaster for the major general fund revenue sources, and it's sort of more of a summary table to try and pull the majors out of the table that I just referenced, the agency fiscal budget table. Then on table 8 on page 24, and this table has also been pulled outside of the packet. This is the one that displays the forecast by forecaster for each fiscal year for each major general fund revenue source for the November forecast that was presented to you at the November 10th meeting, as well as the forecasts that are being presented to you today, and shows you the comparison between those forecasts. And then if you're looking at the table, you'll see in the sales tax section that we have added the alternative forecast scenario that this body requested at the November 10th meeting under the sales tax section of that table. This is the table that might be the easiest to look at the different forecasts as they're presented to you under this agenda item. Then you have Table 9 on page 33, and this displays the FY21 forecast by forecaster for these major general fund revenue sources, along with what the fiscal year-to-date comparison and what the average growth would need to be to achieve that forecaster's forecast for FY 2021. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that was the information that I wanted to present as with regards to the tables in the packet, and then Table 8 actually being provided outside of the packet electronically on the website. And so with that, I think we can proceed as we did at the November 10th meeting and going in the order that the revenues are listed on the agenda. So with that, Mr. Chairman, the first revenue source is gaming percentage fees. And I think we can use the process as last time where we can allow the agency to go first and then the budget office and the fiscal analysis division. And so with that, I will ask Mr. Lawton to share his slides. And that is the intent here, is to have each forecaster bring up their material and share it. But if there are problems with that, then I am sitting here and can bring that slide deck up for that forecaster and display it here as we did last time with one of the problems that we had with one of the presenters. And so with that, Mr. Lawton, if you're ready to proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Russ. I believe I'm ready. I'm going to share the screen.
Yes, go ahead and try and share the screen here.
Are we good?
I can see it here in my room. Everybody else is okay?
Clear.
It looks like we're good to go,
Yes.
Mr. Lawton.
All right. Good. All right. Good morning, Chairman Billings and members of the Economic Forum. For the record, Mike Lawton, Senior Research Analyst with the Nevada Gaming Control Board. As you can see in the tables provided to you, the Gaming Control Board's forecast for percentage fees were revised down slightly from the November meeting. This minor revision was the result of slightly lower anticipated percentage fee collections on taxable gaming win in November, in addition to taking into account the recent surge in cases both statewide and nationally, which resulted in Governor Sisolak's Emergency Directive 35 issued on November 24th. This directive requires licensees to reduce the maximum occupancy on gaming floors and other gaming areas to 25% of maximum capacity assigned to it by local building and fire codes until further notice. Since the November meeting, we have also incorporated the October 2020 gaming win numbers into our models. A quick update for October 2020. Total win was $822.7 million. That was a decrease of 19.5% or $199.3 million. We were facing a decrease of 3.9% as our comparison last October. This was the highest win amount and the smallest decrease in gaming wins since operations resumed in June. For the strip, total win was $375.8 million, a decrease of 30.2% or $162.7 million. And the strip was facing a decrease of 9.2% as their comparison. Since June, the state's total win is down 27.2% or $1.4 billion. And the strip is down 42.3% or $1.2 billion. The strip has accounted for 85.4% of the state's decrease during this time period. As for percentage fee collections in November, they totaled $50.8 million, which was a decrease of 20.1% or $12.8 million from last year. Just a couple items of note: the only properties on the Las Vegas Strip that have yet to reopen as of today include the Virgin Las Vegas, which is formerly known as the Hard Rock. I believe they are tentatively or scheduled to open in January. The Palms Resort, and then the Rio, and the Rio is scheduled to open later this month. However, several properties have closed their hotel operations midweek. The Link, the Mirage, Mandalay Bay, Park MGM, Planet Hollywood, the Palazzo, and the Encore. Additionally, during the month of October, downtown Las Vegas celebrated the opening of Circa Resort Casino on the 28th, and this represented downtown's first built from the ground up casino since 1980. Okay, moving to my first chart. which outlines our total win forecast for fiscal year 21 through 23. After entering October's results into our models, our total win forecast for FY21 totaled $8.7 billion, which is a decrease of 11.2% compared to FY20, and a decrease of $44 million or 0.5% since the November meeting. FY22, we are forecasting total gaming win to increase 11.1%, totaling $9.7 billion. And in FY23, we are forecasting total gaming win to increase 16.9%, totaling $11.3 billion. And this total is a little bit shy of the FY19 total pre-pandemic, about $502 million short. Fiscal year to date, our total gaming win, as I mentioned, is down 27.2%. The comparison over the last 7 months of the fiscal year is a decrease of 31.9%. As discussed in November, we have seen gaming win amounts which have come in higher than we anticipated considering the environment. We understand that what has been reported to us since gaming resumed operations in June has been driven by Nevada residents, a mix of customers traveling, and stimulus dollars that have been pumped into the economy. It appears the stimulus funding is burning off, and it remains uncertain if additional rounds will move forward. Furthermore, the recent surge in cases, along with the impact of capacity restrictions, is unknown at this time. However, it is another headwind facing gaming win in the near future. The forecast shows a gradual recovery in Nevada's gaming win will continue, although it could take between 12 and 18 months, and possibly longer for the Strip. From what we are seeing, the recovery will be very uneven between markets, depending on the customer mix for each market, whether it be a market that relies on locals or more of a destination market. Take, for example, October's results, which were much like September's. We saw several markets record increases over the prior year, including Washoe County, Elko County, Mesquite, the balance of Clark County, South Shore, Lake Tahoe, and the Carson Valley. Moving to the next chart is our forecast for slot win. With October's results, our FY21 forecast totaled $6.2 billion. It's a 3.1 decrease compared to FY20 and a decrease of $25 million or 0.3% since the November meeting. In FY22, we are forecasting slot win to total $6.8 billion, which is an increase of 8.9%. And in FY23, we are forecasting slot win to total $7.7 billion, which is an increase of 13.3%. And that brings us pretty close to the pre-pandemic level of FY19. We're about 0.7% or $52 million below FY19 levels. Fiscal year to date, slots are down 20.9%. The comparison over the last 7 months of the fiscal year is a decrease of 31.7%. As discussed last month, the business activity the state is experiencing in slots has benefited from the reliance on local play and driving customers. Additionally, slot win is not dependent on international baccarat play, and several markets across the state are already seeing pre-pandemic slot win amounts. Because of this, we expect slot win's recovery to outpace that of gaming table win. The next chart displays statewide gaming table win forecast. With October's results, our forecast for FY21 totaled $2.5 billion, which is down 26.9% from FY20, and a decrease of $19 million or 0.7% compared to the November meeting. FY22, we are forecasting game win table win to total $2.9 billion, which is an increase of 16.5%. In FY23, we are forecasting game and table win to total $3.6 billion, which is an increase of 25.4%. Those totals bring us to about 11% below the pre-pandemic levels of FY19. For the fiscal year, games are down 39.2%, and the comparison over the last 7 months of the fiscal year is a decrease of 32.1%. As I discussed in November, the reason for the steeper decline and slower recovery for gaming table win is tied to the Las Vegas Strip, which is expected to lag behind many other markets in the state due to the current conditions, which don't include a full convention calendar, which represents 16% of Las Vegas visitors, special events, which represent 5% of Las Vegas visitors, and international travelers, which represent 14% of Las Vegas visitors. The Strip is the dominant market for game and table win, accounting for between 75 and 80% of statewide games win, as opposed to a little over 40% of statewide slot win. Additionally, as you know, Baccarat is a key component of games win, accounting for nearly 30% of the statewide games win total, and the Strip represents nearly 100% of statewide Baccarat win. Finally, getting to my last slide, which is our percentage fees forecast. For FY21, we are projecting a decrease of 15.1% or 93.6 million, with 525.6 million in total collections, compared to our initial projections of 529.9 million in collections in November. Fiscal year to date, percentage fee collections are down 30.4% or 100.2 million. Percentage fees on taxable gaming revenue are down 56.4% or 181.6 million. And the estimated fee adjustment is up 81.4 million or 971.2%. The average growth required over the last 7 months of FY21 to achieve our forecast is 2.3%. Meanwhile, the growth over the last 7 months of FY20 compared to the last 7 months of FY19 is a decrease of 35.3%. For FY22, we are projecting 16.7% growth in percentage fees with 613.5 million in total collections. For FY23 percentage fees, we are forecasting 17.7% growth with 722 million in collections. That concludes my discussion, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the body may have.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawton, I have just one real quick question. Back to the Baccarat revenue, I believe October was actually an increase over 2019. Was that more of a hold issue? But even if you normalize the hold, it appears like it's still pretty strong numbers considering the lack of international play.
Yeah. Member Streshley, great question, and Chairman Billings can attest to this. We're shocked by the Baccarat play that we're seeing. We've been told that there are some players, international players, that never left the country, along with some domestic customers. So Baccarat really isn't the major issue that why we're decreasing. This month, yes, Baccarat was up. That was more of a hold reason. Baccarat was facing a really easy comp. Baccarat win percent was 8.1% last year, and this year it was 14.5. So kind of easier to hit it out of the park. I can tell you right now, if you give me a moment, where we are for Baccarat fiscal year to date. Baccarat win for the fiscal year is down 54.3%, and volumes are down, bear with me, Baccarat volume is down 33.6%. So I would say it's better than I would have anticipated the Baccarat business we've seen.
I assume we'll have tough comparisons with Western and Chinese New Year comparing to last year, and so that decline that we currently have fiscal year to date will probably grow.
I would assume so. I've been working the phones the last week since the new restrictions came into play, and I was surprised to hear that they're not too worried about the floor restrictions impacting gaming revenue. I think the most thing we're worried about moving forward is people are being more cautious. They're dialing it back a bit, if you will. And on top of that, as you know, this is a slow period of the year after Thanksgiving until you get to New Year's, and then obviously you have Chinese New Year's. So we're having a slow period on top of the fact we don't have any events that pump up the business during that time period. NFR is gone for this year. New Year's, I can't imagine our New Year's is going to be anywhere near what we've experienced in the past. And then January, the large conventions, the CES, that's not happening. So I think it's going to be a challenging couple months, until we get to the point where these capacity limitations get changed and the vaccine gets distributed a little bit more widely, and we come out in the spring hopefully and hit the ground running. But I would say we are facing some a bumpy road the next couple months, my opinion.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sorry, Chairman Billings, this is Linda Rosenthal for the record. A couple of quick questions. So the assumptions behind what happens to the restrictions when the initial end date, lapses, I think it was maybe through the second week in December. Do you assume that we go back to 50% restrictions? Do you assume those 25% restrictions continue? What's baked into your forecast?
Good morning, Member Rosenthal. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I have it baked in there that, and I don't have any inside information. I can tell you that. I would assume that the 25% capacity limitations could be extended past the original 3-week period.
Yeah, we haven't seen any improvement, right? And in fact, we've seen worsening figures when it comes to infection rates and those type things. It sounds like from the conversations you've had, the operators don't seem to think it's having that big of an impact, going from 50 to 25%, which maybe the big resorts.
They have indicated it's difficult. Well, I don't know about difficult. It's not too often where they get to that 25% number in general. They're telling me it's going to really impact their restaurant business. That's going to be extremely challenging. But yeah, the floor capacity really, I was a little surprised and pleasantly surprised that that's not what they're worried about. They're more worried about, it's a slow period coming up and there's not the events that we're used to prop up that slow period, that December, that January. So that's more of their concern. And on top of that, they are seeing customers, maybe not coming in as much as they were, prior to the surge that we've been seeing, mid to late November.
And then just one more question for me. I know we have, for the sales tax forecast, we have specific information on what those numbers look like with and without a stimulus. I would imagine the stimulus also has an impact on the percentage fee revenue source, higher discretionary income, that type thing. Any assumptions baked into your forecast related to stimulus?
I didn't quantify any of that into our models. It's pretty difficult though. Obviously, I've been told by several operators, yes, stimulus is helping, and they also feel that it's wearing off. So I just think that my forecast model took that into account as well, because I honestly don't know if we're going to hit 820 million in gaming win for quite some time, at least in the next, few months. If we do, God bless, that's great. I'd be a little surprised. October, September were very strong, but I think to your point, that stimulus is wearing off. We don't know if any more is coming. And then on top of the other things I mentioned regarding the slow time of the year.
Great, thank you.
So, Mr. Long, is it fair to characterize your perspective as it's really a demand side issue as opposed to a supply side issue if we define supply side issue as the capacity constraints, and that perhaps throughout your projection period, you see slot win returning, perhaps boosted by stimulus, but much more elastic, particularly as you get kind of pent up demand and revenge spending, if you will, coming back into the market, and table win perhaps a bit more subdued given its dependency on international travel. And as folks that are actually baccarat players that are perhaps trapped, if you will, in the US for the time being, are able to travel more freely again internationally, it's quite uncertain as to whether we'll continue to see the current baccarat levels. Is that a fair assessment of your perspective over the period?
Chairman Billings, yes, I would agree. And as long as I've been working in this business, and as you know, baccarat is always uncertain. And then you add on what we're seeing now, it's even more. You just don't know. Baccarat hasn't exactly been stellar, leading up to the pandemic. There's a lot of competition out there for players to go elsewhere. There's challenges with know your customer. So it definitely, it's always an unknown. But now I would say it's, in my point of view, to be even more conservative, it's something I don't think we can really rely on in the near term.
Yeah, it does feel as though there's structural issues, for sure. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, then next we could have Susanna Powers from the Budget Office proceed with her presentation. So Susanna, if you want to attempt to bring your slide deck up. And while Susanna's doing that, Mr. Chairman, members of the forum, I will state you see Moody's Analytics shown there in table 8. Under a contract, we don't have Moody's representatives here to answer questions or present their forecasts. They did provide their forecast report that was provided to you and is available on the website. And I just thought I would point that out here now. And I see Ms. Powers on the screen, so I will then turn the screen and the presentation over to her. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the members of the Economic Forum. For the record, I am Susanna Powers, the Budget Office economist. I don't have any changes to, just a second, I have a hard time moving my, okay, I think I got it. I do not have any changes to the key assumptions associated with all forecasts. They are the same as they were in our last meetings. I have the assumption that we will have a widely available and effective vaccine by spring 2021, after which there will be a gradual improvement in consumer spending and travel and other economic metrics. And also a big assumption behind all forecasts is accommodative monetary policy is expected throughout the forecast period. However, there are many forecast risks associated with these assumptions. One, uncertainty over the duration of the pandemic and how much permanent economic damage may result. Business closures remain a key risk to the outlook. Two, as we all know, we have seen more uptick in COVID-19 infections that have caused for restrictions on activities in our state and elsewhere. And three, we have heard good news about the vaccine and its effectiveness, but there are some concerns how widely and how quickly it will be accepted. Lastly, although the monetary policy is accommodative, the economy responds faster to fiscal stimulus in early phases of economic recovery. The economy is still in a place in which more fiscal stimulus is needed, or we are likely to see more damage to the economy. So now I will begin with my gaming percentage fee forecast. My forecast begins with total statewide gaming volume. The latest report was November gaming statistics, but it was based on October activity. And that report was actually better than what I expected. But it was attributed to the gaming markets in northern Nevada. There were no significant changes to statewide gaming volume forecast other than year-to-date adjustment and expectation that the November through February time period will be slow for gaming activity, which will then improve gradually starting in March. My next slide shows how I get to win. So once I have figured out the volume, the demand side, I get to win with a mathematical function of historical relationships between win and volume. Those relationships are rather stable, and those historical relationships are summarized in my next slide. The downside risk to this assumption is how these historical relationships in the near term are likely to be skewed. However, I did try to make some adjustments. Yet the expectation for fiscal 22 and 23 is that these historical relationships will hold. Slide 6 shows a summary of the key metrics of how gaming percentage fee collections were derived in my forecast. In fiscal 21, my win to drop ratio is lower than what we see typically. It is heavily influenced by the first 5 months of actual gaming data. The ratio currently is at 7.7%. And fiscal 22 and fiscal 23 win to drop ratios are in line with recent historical data. Then I get to the taxable gross revenue, TGR, by looking at the historical relationships between the TGR and win. So I look at that ratio. For fiscal 21, that ratio is higher than what we see typically, has to do with credit play. Fiscal year-to-date TGR to win ratio is at 98.1%. I expect that to decline if we see more gaming activity and more credit play after the winter months. Fiscal 22 and fiscal 23 TGR to win ratio is expected to return to the historical trend consistent with time periods when the economy was not at or near full employment. As a result of the change in the TGR to win ratio, the collections had a minor downward revision in fiscal 22 and fiscal 23. Fiscal 21 collections look better than what the underlying activity is expected to be. That is due to the estimated fee adjustment, EFA. I expect to see positive EFA in the spring if the gaming activity picks up after the slow winter months. Next slide shows some history and forecast for gross gaming percentage fee collections. For fiscal 21, the collection estimate is $538.3 million. For fiscal 22, it is $667.1 million. And for fiscal 23, it is $716.2 million. And this will conclude my gaming percentage fee forecast presentation. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
For the record, this is Linda Rosenthal. Just real quick, Ms. Powers, can you remind us which of your key assumptions are driven by the Moody's forecast? Things like, you know, visitation or employment and different things. I mean, just in general.
Yes.
Which inputs do you take from Moody's?
So in the past, and you may remember when I first started presenting in this body to you, I did discuss my gaming models, and a lot of that was heavily reliant on Moody's Analytics view of the world, especially what world was and what some of the domestic variables were. But over the years, I've had to tweak that model, and it is not as reliant on the Moody's view anymore. I rely more on the historical trends than I do on what Moody's is doing with their world GDP forecast. I consider that, but it's not explicitly anymore incorporated in my models.
Okay, and does that apply to I think one of the key drivers is, you know, visitation, obviously, for the business to rebound particularly in Las Vegas. Is the visitation forecast for Moody's still part of your model, or is it again based more on historical trends?
The visitation model, I don't believe it was directly ever related to the Moody's variables to disposable income and how much people spend on recreation. But my visitation model is a little more independent now. And yes, so especially the slot volume is reliant on my visitor forecast view, but the local markets have gained importance, and especially construction projects, they tend to boost the local gaming volume. So over time, my model has changed. You know, the world changes, models must change. So it's not anymore as the same how I've been doing. So mainly visitors, of course, that is the Strip, but then we do have local markets that have gained in recent years. If you look at the latest reports, our numbers have been far better than one would expect. So I have had to make adjustments to my models to account for all these changes in our economy.
Certainly, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gideon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Russell Gideon with the Fiscal Analysis Division, and for the Fiscal Division's percentage fee forecast, you have the Fiscal Analysis Division's forecast packet that's available to you, and I would probably like you to turn to page 32 of that packet. If you're looking at electronically, you can also look at the forecast in Table 8, and then I will bring the table up here on the screen here, and if I can have BPS show that for me. Thank you. A few remarks first, just to set the stage. So, like Ms. Powers, the Fiscal Analysis Division looked at Moody's November forecast that were provided to us and some of their alternate scenarios. We also looked at the October employment numbers that were released by the BLS. And then after reviewing that, we decided not to change our economic outlook in terms of employment, wages. The changes would be in the visitors in terms of making a downward adjustment in November and December due to the governor's directives. Also, there are changes to personal income due to we have the assumption, like Moody's, that there will be fiscal stimulus in the first and second quarter of calendar year 21, thus the back half of the fiscal year that we're in. And so those are the principal changes, is personal income and trying to adjust visitors. Otherwise, our outlook for employment and wages did not change after looking at the recent numbers. Also, our assumptions were that last time, and we've maintained them for this forecast, is that there will be a vaccine in late first quarter of next year, early second quarter of next year, and then that will be rolled out and distributed to us, hopefully as a larger mass distribution to the general public. Given the announcement by the governor yesterday, that's some encouragement that such an event is going to occur. Right? We'll have to get through here December and possibly January and other months as they work through the Tier 1 and Tier 2 vaccinations, but that the vaccines are going to start getting distributed. I think that's encouraging news to a forecaster who's having to make that assumption to drive forecast. So with that, you can see that I have on the screen, it's the table that shows the forecast for this time shaded in yellow, the forecast from last time shaded in green, and then the difference. As I stated at the November 10th meeting, that after having the chance to put the forecast away and then look at it again and present it to you on November 10th, felt that probably the game side of the forecast was too high and perhaps was not thinking through the EFA credit issue. So thanks to Mr. Lott working with me since the last meeting in terms of to get that understanding, a little better understanding of EFA credit and how much of the credit still may be out there. That information was incorporated into the forecast. So principally you see that I have pulled the game side of the forecast down. The slots has come up a little. Like you've heard here, I did not expect to see $822 million in total win for October. I thought October would start the weekend, as you've heard here, that, right, the stimulus is starting to wear itself out, right, because at the end of July is when some of the stimulus for the UI went away and some of the others. So it was a surprise to see these numbers. Then the other adjustment to the forecast was, again, for the November, December directives by the governor, But other than that, then didn't change too much. But you can see then that games is stronger than the prior forecast in FY 2022. And I think this is the statement that was made by the chair, is that right now I think it is more of a slop phenomena. And then, but as you start to get the vaccine, it can move into, hopefully can move into games returning to some of the prevalence that it has as part of the gaming market. So when I look at the data, for me, it's hard to sometimes get your mind around what's going on with the numbers in relation to what's going on in the economy and with regards to the virus and the caseloads. So instead of looking at it percent change terms, I sort of try and just look at it as the shares. And so when I look at July through October 2020 to the same 4-month period a year ago, statewide slot win is at 83% of that period a year ago. Clark County's at 79%. Washoe County's at 99.6%. So they're almost, for these 4 months of this July through October 2020, they're running almost what they were a year ago. The rest of the state it's 100.7%. So that's a surprise to me to go that we're with 50% of the capacity out there, we're being able to generate these kinds of numbers. But then clearly when you go look at the game and table side, statewide it's only at 66% for that 4-month reference period. The strip is 65%, Washoe County's at 86%, and the rest of the state's at 85%. So even though the game side is weaker than the slot side, it's still with the 50% capacity, we're generating 60% on the Clark County and 80%, over 80% in the non-Clark County areas of the state. So the concern as a forecaster is, well, is that cabin fever effect, right? And that's driving some of this. And so thus it won't be sustaining itself out into the rest of this fiscal year or not. But when I go look at the forecast that you see and the percentage fees from TGR of the $462.7 million for FY21, and you see where we are year to date. So down there at the bottom of, let me flip to this sheet, you can see that to hit the forecast, I need $322.4 million over the remaining 7 months. That's an average of $46 million a month. So through the first 5 months of the fiscal year, we've actually only collected on average about $28 million. But you have to be careful there because of the EFA credits drove that down significantly. So if you look at just the last 2 months, because the credit is starting to work itself out, those 2 months averaged almost $48 million a month. When you go over and take the EFA credits out of play, the last 4 months of FY21 are averaging $51.2 million. The last 2 months are averaging $54 million. So that's when I looked at my forecast and go, could you consider it a little optimistic? Possibly. But when I look at having to average $46 million a month over the last 7 months and what we have been averaging now, and then after accounting for the credits, it didn't seem that unrealistic to me. And so thus you can see the effect of what I've stated here is for fiscal to revise its forecast down in FY21 by approximately $26.2 million. Again, because of it was too high on the game side, so adjusting games down. Also had to add, more credits were taking off in this forecast than in the prior forecast. Again, thanks for the information that Mr. Lawton was able to provide me. And then trying to make a downward adjustment for the November, December. So that's what's driving the FY21 downward adjustment. And then it goes up slightly to the $8.7 million in FY 2022, again, bringing the games up a little bit with thinking things will start to come back. And then there's virtually no change in the outlook for FY23. You can see it's about $600,000. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the Economic Forum, those are the remarks that I wanted to provide. I can answer any questions that the members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ginney. Any questions from the members? Okay. Mr. Ginden, I note, I recognize Moody's is not on the call. I note the pretty significant difference between your forecast and Moody's forecast. Is there any commentary you would like to make with respect to that, particularly in the out years?
For me to comment on Moody's forecast,
Yeah, not on their forecast per se, but any material differences between your underlying assumptions and theirs that you're aware of.
not that I'm aware of. I read their forecast report again last night and this morning, and I think their forecast, tying it into the more of the national stuff, perhaps doesn't pick up what we actually see going on in the state with the baccarat that was discussed with the perhaps trapped internationals, as well as just the phenomena that's going on in our locals market, driving the slot side. So I'm hesitant here to critique their forecast, but when I read what they used to derive their forecast, linking it to national things, variables, I get that as a forecaster. I'm just wondering if it's not capturing what we here in the state are able to see and try and read into the numbers. And so that would be my response, I think, to providing comments on Moody's. Why, you know, them in comparison to us, that's a hard one then for me.
Sure, appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Ginden. Shall we proceed?
Yes, so that is the presentation. So at this point in time, it would be for this body to work through getting to a motion for a forecast in a second. And then, Mr. Chairman, as you alluded to in your opening remarks, when we have the motion in a second, then I will do the roll call vote so that we can get that reflected. And then I will state the motion for the record just to make sure it's being clearly caught for staff as well as the minutes.
For the record, this is Linda Rosenthal. Mr. Billings, if you'd like me to start with some thoughts and a proposal.
Sure, thank you.
So for the percentage fee revenue, tax revenue, for 2021, the forecasts that are presented to us here are relatively close. I mean, obviously we're partway through the year. Not a lot of variability, but I do like the analysis that Mr. Ginden did on the remaining play levels that need to exist for the rest of the year to hit his forecast, and I think they seem very reasonable. The strip has been, you know, impacted much more greatly than other places in Nevada, and much more greatly than honestly the rest of the country. We've seen very, very, very strong gaming demand throughout the country in some of the tribal and regional casinos that aren't so dependent on fly-in traffic. And so I feel very comfortable with fiscal's forecast, which is somewhat middle of the, well, actually it's on the high end for 2020, or I'm sorry, 2021. So looking at formulating a recommendation, I'm leaning towards the fiscal division forecast for 21. In 22 and 23, I mean, you can see the numbers there compared to the 2020 actual. We get to a point where we're fully recovered in this revenue source. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the minute we get the vaccine disseminated and we get travel back, like I said, the player demand for gaming has proven to be there. And so I feel very comfortable with seeing those numbers bounce back to pre-pandemic levels. You know, and even greatly above. I guess to err on the side of a little bit of conservatism, given that we have an opportunity in May to revise these forecasts once we see what the stimulus is and we see what the vaccine has done in the next few months, I would tend to go kind of more middle of the road and go with budgets forecast for 2022. And then similarly, just a very large increase in 2023 for fiscal, and quite a big increase over the last kind of normal year we had in 2020. So for 2023, I again would kind of go middle of the road and go with the agency forecast. So I've kind of bounced around all over, but my thoughts are those, and my proposal then would be fiscal forecast for 2021, budgets forecast for 2022, and the agency forecast for 2023. If anybody wants to comment.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman Billings, if you're willing, I'd be curious on what your thoughts are when we get out to fiscal 22 on if there's going to be pent-up demand for our Asian high-end players, or is it just going to be back to normal business as usual, where they now have, maybe in the last 10 years, other venues or such as Australia, Singapore, Macau, that the trips they would have normally made to Vegas, they would have just gone to those areas instead. So I guess the question is, or your thoughts, if you're willing, in fiscal year 22, do you see a pent-up demand where we're going to see a fairly healthy increase back to normal and above on baccarat play?
Thank you. Sure. I'll answer your question in combination. I guess I see kind of three levers affecting demand and therefore the percentage fee tax. The first is drive-in and locals play. The second is baccarat, and the other is national demand. And I think 2021 it will continue to the extent that there is stimulus. 2021 will continue to be characterized by the first of those three, with suppression in the third, the national demand, and really a little bit of uncertainty with respect to baccarat. I think you have a lot of players that are kind of camped out here, believe it or not, in the U.S. and are coming to play. I think as you move throughout the forecast period, you have a reversion to a much more normal national demand, the third lever that I mentioned, and probably a relaxation of the first, drive-in and locals, as there are other entertainment options that begin to emerge and normalize. And so I think those probably offset each other in a positive way into 2022 and 2023. With respect to baccarat, I think the structural issues that you raise, which are very valid, existed in the prior fiscal year. And so I think the prior fiscal years fiscal 20, and I think that represents a more normalized state of baccarat, although frankly it's, as Mr. Lawton pointed out, it's a bit of anyone's guess. So as I think about all of those levers and recognizing that the structural challenges associated with baccarat for the Strip are kind of in the baseline year, in the fiscal 2020 year, I tend to gravitate towards an approach that is very consistent with Ms. Rosenthal's, because I think 2022 is heavily dependent on stimulus, and the ability to revisit our forecasts is important. But I do see a J curve, if you will, with 2021 being the trough year, and then a pretty healthy rebound in two of the three levers that I mentioned, and hopefully a normalization of the second, the baccarat lever that I mentioned. So hopefully that answers your question, Mr. Stressley, and I would just second Ms. Rosenthal's approach.
Thank you, and I agree. The proposal that Ms. Rosenthal put out, I'm in total agreement with that.
I might just mention I'm also in agreement with what Ms. Rosenthal had mentioned. I think that's a good approach.
I'll also concur with everybody else's approaches. I think, just waiting to see when the convention business picks back up and when people do have the other entertainment options is probably something that weighs into that opinion. And also the kind of the dependency on the local casinos, maybe on construction. I'm not sure, that makes me a little nervous going forward, but I think I agree with Linda and everyone else.
Thank you.
So
Mr. Gindin, did you want to call for the vote?
Well, Mr. Chairman, just if I can back up 1 second. So I'm going to go through what I believe has happened here, which is we have a motion by Member Rosenthal to go with Fiscal Division's forecast of 548,333 for FY21, the budget's forecast of 667.051 for FY 2022, and then the agency's forecast of 721.954 for FY 23. So, Ms. Rosenthal, did I capture your motion correctly?
Yes.
Thank
did.
you. So then what I would be best, Mr. Chairman, is if we actually had a formal second of that motion, and then I can do the roll call vote.
I'll make a second to that.
Okay, we have a second by Member Levitt. So again, just for the record, the motion for the body is for the Fiscal Division's forecast of 548.333 for FY21. The Budget Division's forecast of 667.051 for FY22. And the agency's forecast, Gaming Control Board's forecast of 721.954 for FY23. And so with that, then I will call the roll. Marvin Levitt,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Streschley,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenthal,
Yes.
Chair Billings.
Yes, I concur.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect that the motion passed unanimously. And so we have the forecast for the gaming percentage fees then concluded. And so with that, if you're okay, we can proceed on to the next revenue source on the agenda, which is the live entertainment tax. And on this one, what we did last time, and I think it worked well, is to have the Gaming Control Board and then the Department of Taxation go for the agency's forecast. So that way we can cover the gaming and the non-gaming portions from the agency perspective, and then have Ms. Powers do her gaming and non-gaming forecast, and then the Fiscal Analysis Division for the body's consideration. And I see Mr. Lawton's slides are up. So with that, Mr. Lawton, please proceed.
Thank you, Russell. For the record, again, Mike Lawton, Senior Research Analyst with the Nevada Gaming Control Board. As you can see in the tables provided to you, the Nevada Gaming Control Board's forecast for the live entertainment tax was increased since the November meeting. October 2020 live entertainment tax collections totaled $24,000, which was a 99.8% or $10.2 million increase from last October. Fiscal year to date, LET collections totaled $139,000 and are down 99.6% or $37.9 million. Just as a update, on October 1st, Governor Sisolak issued Emergency Directive 33, which authorized live events at arenas and showrooms that have 2,500 or less of fixed seating capacity to hold events, live shows for up to 250 attendees or 10% capacity, whichever is less. Additionally, for arenas and showrooms that have fixed seating capacity of more than 2,500, the venue could seat 10% of its capacity. On November 24th, this directive was terminated and replaced with Emergency Directive 35, which allowed public attendance to not exceed the lesser of 50 attendees or 25% of that gathering space listed fire code capacity. Additionally, the nightclubs and day clubs within a licensee's properties were required to remain closed. As a result of this new directive, the majority of events that would generate LET were canceled. And the Nevada Gaming Control Board has no future outlook on when capacity limits will increase. However, through a review of entertainment offerings and discussions with industry representatives, this was prior to the 24th, we attempted to establish a baseline activity estimate for FY21 in the first half of FY22. Obviously, you can imagine these discussions and projections are fluid, and actually disclosed that the ramp up potentially could be swifter and stronger than originally anticipated once capacity restrictions are lifted. Again, once capacity restrictions are lifted. This resulted in a stronger LET forecast compared to the November meeting, primarily all in FY22. If you look at the forecast, we're projecting LET to decrease 96.5% or 69.6 million with 2.5 million in collections for this fiscal year. The growth over the last 8 months of FY20 compared to the last 8 months of FY19 is a decrease of 51.9%. For 22, we're forecasting LET to increase 42.9 million, 45.5 million in collections. In 23, we are forecasting 116.6% growth with 99.8 million in collections. Now, the assumptions used in this forecast really haven't changed since November. They included the following. First of all, much like our gaming win forecast, we expect the vaccine will be available by the end of this calendar year. And then we assume that it would take a year for widespread distribution. We are also assuming that production shows and headliners will take a little bit of time to ramp up. Furthermore, much like our game and table win forecast, the LET forecast is extremely dependent on the Las Vegas Strip's recovery, which, as we have mentioned, is expected to lag. Strips for over 90% of LET, the Strip must recover as well. This recovery must include group convention business, which will allow for the return of large production shows and headliners who perform multiple shows throughout the week and require large venues to be at maximum capacity in order to be profitable. And that concludes my discussion, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the body may have.
Craig Billings here for the record. Mr. Lawton, can you just remind me, I don't know if you have a heuristic or an order of magnitude of the proportion of this revenue source that is kind of nightclubs versus standing shows, like the Cirque shows, et cetera, versus residencies. Do you have any split in any of the historical periods?
Well, for the record, Mike Lawton, Senior Research Analyst for the Nevada Gaming Control Board. This tax is a tax that we do not get anywhere near the level of detail that we do on gaming. We basically get a number. We don't get what shows, anything like that. Now, since the tax has changed to admissions only, obviously, the production shows are still a major component, the largest component of this pie, if you will, for live entertainment tax. I don't have any data right now in front of me that's timely where I could tell you a breakdown of what the percentages are, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
So this is Linda Rosenthal for the record. In 2023, the forecast amongst the different forecasters, relatively consistent, but obviously a large increase over 2022 and growth over kind of 20, which had some impact from COVID. But can you just remind me, what's driving that large increase? Is it just the expectation that Vegas is back and numbers of shows are growing or admission fees are growing, or it almost doubles, right, from 2022 to 2023.
Yeah, for the record, Mike Lawton, the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Ms. Rosenthal, when I look at this, I'm not starting to hit pre-pandemic levels of LET until I would say, mid 2022. And that assumption is based on, Vegas is starting to come back. We're going to start seeing restrictions lifted. We've had early indications that the back half of even 21 looks good for conventions, although that could change. So really, it's more of Vegas is coming back. Things are going to come back online slowly. These shows take time to ramp up. You don't turn the lights on. There has to be rehearsals and bookings, and there's a couple of properties that their shows have been canceled, so they're going to have to develop entirely new shows once they determine that, hey, it's time to go. So I hope that answers your question. It's just kind of a gradual ramp up, I guess you would say. Nothing new. And there's one new property coming online, but we don't have any indication on what kind of LET they're gonna be able to produce. They do have a large venue, but nothing's been announced for that particular property, what they're gonna do, at least that I'm aware of.
And then just one more question, maybe Russell, for you. Just because FY20 was impacted by, April, May, June pandemic restrictions, is there an easy place in all of our materials where we can see kind of what that LET gaming tax was in fiscal 19, just to kind of see a full normal year?
Yes, it's table 1. For the record, Russell, it'd be table 1. And so it's on page 3 of the packet. And it would be towards the bottom of the page of that table. And I did not bring printed copies with me, so I will see if I can find it. But
so it looks like it's 105 million, 106 million.
That's correct.
So then in 2023, we're not quite back to that level, but we have a sharp recovery. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, if there are no other questions for Mr. Lawton, I would ask Haley Owens with the Department of Taxation to present her non-gaming forecast for that portion of the LET. So, Ms. Owens, if you can bring your material up and start your presentation when you're ready. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson Billings and members of the forum. Let me just get this shared. So for the non-gaming portion of the live entertainment tax, I don't have too much to say about this tax that wasn't said at the last meeting. Here is the same chart I provided last time showing the last few years of actual collections and then on an annual fiscal year basis, and then what my forecast for the next several years looks like, and then moving to the actual numbers. The only change I made to this forecast was bringing down fiscal year 21 a little bit by about $1 million, just based on what I've seen for the first quarter of the fiscal year. Taxation has a bit longer of a lag on our revenues than the Gaming Control Board, so we only have actual revenues for this tax through the September period, so through the first 3 months of FY21. And based on what I've seen through that first quarter and what the current quarter we're in looks like, I did bring down fiscal year 21 a little bit, and then made no changes to the out years for this tax type. And so I can answer any questions that the forum has.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will proceed with, I'll allow Ms. Powers then to present her LET gaming and non-gaming. Sorry, Susanna.
For the record, Susanna Powers, economist with Budget Division. Live entertainment tax captures part of the economy associated with being in confined spaces or among large gatherings. These events cannot fully come back until restrictions are lifted and people feel comfortable enough to go to the events in confined spaces or with a large number of people. Last month, there were some shows operating in Las Vegas, and in my previous forecast report, I showed an estimate that was derived by looking at the various websites for shows, and I made an estimate based on capacity restrictions and ticket prices I was able to find on just clicking on many places. And since then, most of those are now temporarily closed due to the current capacity restrictions on gatherings. So I adjusted the fiscal 21 forecast accordingly. There are no changes the fiscal 22 forecast, and fiscal 23 was revised upwards from last time. And it is now more consistent with all of my other forecasts in terms of what their path to recovery is. For the LET gaming portion for fiscal 21, my estimate is now 2.6 million. Then an improvement in demand for entertainment in fiscal 22. And that takes the estimate to $67.8 million. Dollars, and then the last year, fiscal 23, is at $95.8 million. Then moving on to the other side of LET, non-gaming. There is no new information related to LET non-gaming revenue since our last meeting. There were no changes to the previous forecast. LET collections in general will really depend on health metrics in terms of how and when these events can eventually resume and how quickly people feel comfortable in large groups once we get to the other side of the pandemic. Fiscal 21 revenue estimate is the same as before, and it is based on ticket sales for some major events that will likely be held after midway next year. And then I have an estimate for a gradual improvement in demand for entertainment for fiscal 22 and 23. I do not have anything else to present for LET. So this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Ginden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Russell Ginden with the Fiscal Analysis Division. And I will just have you turn to the LET gaming, non-gaming on Table 8. And so, as I've already stated, the Fiscal Division did not change its outlook, really, except for adjusting for visitors in November, December. And so with that, there's really, as is stated here, I don't have any new information with regards to anything that would require me to change this forecast. Other than you can see a slight downward revision in both LET gaming and non-gaming in FY21, and that's principally trying to make the adjustment for October, November, because some of the shows or acts we're trying to reopen and actually we're scheduled to have things, and then as Ms. Power stated, we're shutting back down. So I think it's prudent then to make at least a slight downward adjustment in FY 2021. But as was stated, given that we don't have a lot of detail, this becomes a difficult exercise to perform. Then I think to get to Ms. Rosenthal's question about the bounce back in 22 and then even more in 23 is Fiscal's assumption was at the November 10th meeting, and here is that, right, with the vaccine coming out, you can start to get a little bit more of the nightclubs, day clubs coming back in 22, some of the acts returning. And then I think the way I look at it is not only do you have potentially pent-up demand, but you have pent-up supply. I'm sure you have many artists that would like to be able to perform before audiences. And so you have many facilities as well as Allegiant Stadium sitting as a new venue to which these types of concerts can occur by these artists. So once we get to a point, hopefully it's beginning in FY22, that can occur, then you should see this tax start to come back. And then the assumption is in FY23 that we should be much further down the road in terms of being able to bring back the midweek stuff, the conventions, the trade shows, as well as for the properties that bring their full production acts online. And so then by 23, you should be getting close to, but you can see in Fiscal's forecast, and as Ms. Rosenthal referenced, we're still not back to the prior sort of levels that we saw at that $94.8 million in FY 2023. And so with that, that's the information that I wanted to present under this tax. If there are any questions, I can answer them. Thank you.
Ms. Rosenthal, it looks like you came off mute.
Yeah, just Linda Rosenthal for the record. So Russ, I apologize in advance, but for 2021, your forecast is half of the other two forecasters. And I know it's tough to compare forecasts, but any assumptions that you're aware of that's causing that big difference? I know it's on a small amount. Just curious if there was any underlying difference there.
Gosh, I wished I knew how to answer that question, Ms. Renthal. As I stated at the November 10th meeting, and so I will state that here again, I'm willing to be honest and say these LET numbers are more guesses than forecasts, because as a forecaster, I put forecast above a guess, because I really don't have a lot of information here. But I look at through September, we have 0 that's been deposited in the state general fund for the LET non-gaming. We have a de minimis amount for gaming, so we're only have 3/4 of the year left. We've now getting November, December getting dinged again because of the governor having to slow things down. So that really leaves us sort of 6 months to collect revenue. And so my guess was I just don't think there's much out there. But again, I will honestly state that's my guess.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Gendon.
So when the body's ready, if there's somebody willing to make a motion to start the discussion, or you have a motion in a second, then I can proceed the roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Perhaps I'll take a swing on this one. I don't envy any of the forecasters with respect to this particular revenue source, because really, if we think about it, going into the events of the past 9 months, there were structural questions affecting a lot of these, a lot of the demand side of this particular revenue source. As we saw in Mr. Lawton's presentation, as you looked at the historical period, demand for certain forms of entertainment, in particular production shows, some of the longstanding production shows had been difficult over the course of the past several years. I would also add that the events of the past 9 months have created a lot of uncertainty with respect to, I think, the demand side of the equation for both nightclubs and those same production shows that I just referenced. And meanwhile, the supply side, the entertainment side, the entertainer side, has also become much more uncertain. A lot of folks that were in those production shows have frankly dispersed. And so I tend to, on the gaming side of LET, I tend to gravitate towards the more conservative estimates, including the fiscal division in 2021, and then the agency in 22, and then back to fiscal in 2023, really because it's unlike casino gaming, which has inherent demand and plentiful supply and has continued operating during this period in some form or capacity. Many of the revenue sources here simply have not, and it remains quite uncertain how they will return and if some of them will return to the market, particularly along the Las Vegas Strip. So that's my perspective, and I welcome other comments from the members. And I have no perspective, no particular perspective on non-gaming to the extent someone wants to cover that off.
I just make a comment that I agree with the chairman on the gaming. My knowledge of it's limited, but it's sort of taking a middle ground there and on the low end. On the non-gaming, it seems to me that the budget division is sort of in the middle on the 3 years, and because of that, I sort of tend to go with them. It's sort of in the middle, and there's not a huge difference in that non-gaming.
Thank you.
For the record, this is Linda Rosenthal. I agree with both of you. I think that, there is nothing we can point to that gives us concrete evidence on the gaming side. It is a guess, as Mr. Gindem pointed out. I think we're probably prudent to err on the side of caution. And then on the non-gaming, the numbers are very close. I mean, taking the middle ground is fine with me.
I agree with all those comments, especially when we get out to fiscal year 23, and even looking at like an average of 96 million, we're still below the average that was brought up earlier of what, 105 million, or that was the latest number. So we're well below that. So again, I'm comfortable with both of those proposals.
Oh, this is Jennifer Lewis. I'll concur again with the chair on this. I tend to think the more conservative approach is correct, because I think that demand is going to be challenging for the next year or so. So I'll concur with the chair again.
Mr. Ginden, would you like me to propose to make a proposal? Because my understanding is Mr. Billings would not make a motion as the chair.
Yes, generally under the Mason's rules that this body follows, that chairs don't make motions, they can entertain motions. So the chair could say, I would entertain a motion for the following. And then you would have a first, someone make a first for that motion, and then you'd have a second. So if that's what we have, is that thus we can either go that way, or you can just make the motion, Ms. Rosenthal. And I'm okay with that. If you'd just like to combine these two together and have a joint motion for LET gaming and non-gaming, we can handle it that way.
Perhaps to reiterate, then I'll call for a motion for the use of on the gaming side of the fiscal division in 2021, the agency in 2022, and back to the fiscal division in 2023. And then I believe everyone agreed with Mr. Levitt's proposal on using the budget division for non-gaming for all periods, if I can get a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we have is a motion by Ms. Rosenthal and a second by, I believe, Mr. Streschley, which was for the fiscal division's forecast for the LET gaming in FY21. And that is 1.082. And then for FY22, it is the agency's forecast of 45.450. And for FY23, it is fiscal's forecast again of 94.831 for the LET gaming. And then for LET non-gaming, the motion was for the budget divisions for all 3 years. So that would be 5.123 for FY21, 18.947 in FY22, and 23.666 in FY23. And I guess I should point out that I'm talking in millions so that people don't freak out and think we just forecasted $23 for LET. So with that, I will call the roll, Mr. Chair, for that motion for the LET. Member Levitt?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member Streschley?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenthal?
Yes.
Chair Billings?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect that the motion on the LET forecast was approved unanimously. So with that, we have completed the gaming percentage fee and the live entertainment tax revenue sources. And so with that, we can move on to the next revenue source, which is the state 2% sales tax under agenda item 5. And with that, we would have Ms. Owens with the Department of Taxation begin a presentation for this revenue source, and then we'll be going with Ms. Powers and then myself. Ms. Owens, thank you. Your slide deck.
Thank you,
appears
Russell.
up.
Again, Haley Owens, taxation economist for taxation for sales and use tax. Let's see. So as Vice Chair Rosenthal kind of alluded to earlier in her question to Susanna Powers about using Moody's forecasts in our forecast, I do use forecasted variables, economic indicators from Moody's in my models. And Moody's produces a number of forecasts based on a number of different economic scenarios. So you might recall at the last meeting, for the most part, I was using their 75th percentile downside scenario. It's referred to as the percentile downside, because based on their models and their calculations, there's a 75% chance the economy will perform better and a 25% chance the economy will perform worse. Whereas for the baseline, it's basically the median, so it's 50-50. And that was because at the last meeting, the most recent vintage of those forecasts was in October. And I felt that the baseline hadn't accounted for some of the more recent worrying developments, which were the rise in cases that kind of took off in November, as well as the breakdown in stimulus talks at that time. However, this time Moody's has updated those forecasts for their November vintage, and I had a little bit more confidence in the baseline scenario. So as I go through my taxable sales forecasts, I do still use a mix of the baseline and the 75 percentile downside scenarios. And I'll tell you which one I'm using for my baseline or expected forecast. Whereas for the alternate forecast, no stimulus forecast, I use their 90th percentile downside. But first on this slide, you can kind of see I pulled out the basics of the assumptions that Moody's puts into these scenarios. So for the baseline, you can see new infections are peaking right now, vaccine available by April, which is, I think, in line with what everyone has discussed and is expecting. The Federal Reserve emergency lending, some of those facilities are extended into 2021. The federal funds rate remains basically zero. Again, I think that's in line with basically what everyone's expecting. And that 1.5 trillion in additional fiscal stimulus in the first quarter of 2021. So as you can see, I think that's really in line with what we've all been talking about for our baseline forecast. The 75th percentile downside still has new infections peaking currently, or well, not currently, we're in December now, so last month. The vaccine is pushed back a little bit. Consumers are slower to return to spending on air travel, retail, hotels. And the fiscal stimulus, it still goes out in Q1 of 2021, but it's scaled back and delayed. And so getting into each of these little assumptions, for one thing, I don't necessarily think the vaccine will be pushed back to July. Everything is looking like it will be coming out in the spring. But on the other hand, the fiscal stimulus, it may be scaled back because the most recent number that was out there was 800 billion, which is like 60% of the 1.5 trillion. So you can see it's kind of a mix of these assumptions. Can't get, perfect pick and choose exactly. So moving on to the alternate forecast, the no stimulus forecast scenario, I used Moody's 90th percentile downside for all of those. And so that still has new infections peaking in November, but the vaccine is pushed way back until next November. There are some non-essential business closures, but no widespread shutdowns. There's no federal fiscal stimulus. And then because of all these things, consumer confidence and spending erode, and the economy starts falling back into a recession in Q1 of 2021. So again, some of these assumptions may come to pass, some might not. I still, the vaccine will probably still be available this spring. But as we've seen, we are kind of rolling back, not necessarily to non-essential business closures, but kind of rolling back reopening. So that just lays out those forecast scenarios, hopefully in detail for all of you. And now I will go through. To get the sales and use tax forecast, I started it with taxable sales and then forecasted for these 6 major sectors: mining and natural resources, construction, manufacturing. Those are kind of our goods producing. And then trade, which includes wholesale and retail trade, transportation and warehousing, and utilities as our largest sector, and then services and government, and finally leisure and hospitality. So going through these in turn, natural resources and mining, it's actually probably a much smaller sector than many people would expect. And this pie chart just kind of illustrates this portion of total taxable sales. And I used 2019 as an example. So in 2019, it was only 0.5% of total taxable sales. And this was the only sector that I didn't do a baseline and alternate forecast for, both because it's so small, and I'll show you on the next slide. I don't have anything good to forecast it off of. So I will move to the next slide. As you can see, this is the last 10 years of this portion of taxable sales, and it just kind of hovers around 20 to 30 million per month. I couldn't get it correlated with any major economic indicator. It doesn't include the sales of minerals at all. So this is just taxable sales or use tax reported by mining companies, mining support, and then also Natural resources would be agriculture, which is very small in terms of taxable sales in Nevada. So for this one, I just did a basic trend forecast. As you can see, I'll go back to the previous slide. These numbers is just a slight decline. So that's what I did for that very small sector. So moving on to construction, which is about 3% of taxable sales. So here I did do my expected or baseline forecast and the alternate forecast. So you can see in the expected, expecting a pretty steep decline of almost 8% in 21, but then rebounding and growing in the out years. Whereas for the alternate forecast, almost 10% decline in 21, continued decline in 22, and then basically flat in 23. And one thing I did want to mention about the 90th percentile downside scenario that I'm using for my alternate or no stimulus forecast, it might sound like that is so bad and it's the worst case scenario, but it is not. It is not even the worst scenario that Moody's typically puts out. They also have a 96th percentile downside. In addition to that, they have like slower long-term growth, stagflation. So they have all sorts of things. So I don't want you to think that I'm necessarily using the worst possible case for my alternate or no stimulus. It's just bad, but it's not necessarily the worst numbers I could find. I just wanted to throw that out there. So moving to the next slide. You can see what this looks like over the long term. I have the baseline or the expected forecast there in the solid line, and then the alternate forecast in that little dashed line. So you can see what that looks like, kind of down, kind of flat. And so the Moody's forecast variables that I used for this, for both the baseline and the alternate, I used the total value of construction put in place for Nevada and total housing starts for Nevada. The expected forecast scenario, I used the baseline for construction put in place, but the downside for housing starts, just because if I use the baseline for housing starts, it just went up way too high, way too optimistic for me. And then in all cases, the alternate or the no stimulus forecast uses that 90th percentile. So I don't even indicate that on these slides. I only indicate what I used for the expected. So moving to manufacturing, which is about 6% of taxable sales. Expected forecast basically flat, slightly up in 21, but then strong growth in 22 and 23, as we've seen strong growth in this sector in Nevada in recent years. However, the alternate forecast has it down slightly in 21, flat in 22, but then growing in 23. And here's what that looks like as a time series. So you can kind of see the upward growth trend we've been on since 2015, 2016. And for this, I just used gross state product for manufacturing for Nevada and the baseline forecast I was comfortable with. Moving to the largest sector, trade, transportation, and utilities, over half of our taxable sales in a typical year. Expected forecast has it growing in 21, 3.6%, flat, slightly down in 22, and then growing pretty well, rebounding, I'd say, in 23. Whereas alternate forecast has it still growing in 21, but by less. And then a stronger decline in 22, a 3% decline, but then rebounding in 23. But you can see we still end up about $2 billion in terms of taxable sales, not in terms of tax revenue, $2 billion lower than in the baseline, just because of those increased declines. And that is, I would say, the overall trend that I saw between the expected and the alternate is under the no fiscal stimulus assumption. It just really draws out the troubling times into 22, whereas under the expected forecast, well, this tax isn't a good example because it expects it to decline in 22 anyways, but under the expected or baseline forecast, most of the hurt we see is in 21 and not the out years. So here's what that looks like. And for trade, transportation, and utilities, I use gross state product for trade, transportation, and utilities. This is a big sector that's typically used, by the Census Bureau and the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then personal disposable income for Nevada. And I did use the 75th percentile downside Moody's forecast for these variables. I felt it was too strong under the baseline. So moving on to services, about 11% of taxable sales. We expect a 3% decline in 21 as we're still kind of in it with services, but rebounding in 22 and 23 with strong growth by the out years. Whereas for the alternate forecast, stronger decline in 21, flat, slight decline in 22, and then not rebounding till 23, but still ending up in a much lower place. And here's what that looks like, those two scenarios. And this was forecasted on the sum of gross state product for professional business services, gross state product for education and health services, and gross state product for other services in Nevada under the baseline scenario. And finally, leisure and hospitality, which is a fifth or a quarter of our taxable sales, expecting a strong decline in 21. We're in it, we're seeing it right now. Pretty strong bounce back in 22, but still not to the FY20 levels. And then continued growth in 23 to get us back a little higher than FY20, but still below FY19. And then the alternate forecast, stronger decline in 21 and just less growth, slower growth in the out years. And this is what that looks like. You can see this is obviously the most impacted sector. And this was forecasted using gross state product for leisure and hospitality. And then, and all these gross state product obviously is for Nevada. Nevada's gross state product. But here I brought in US national personal consumption expenditures on recreation services, just because obviously we're a tourism hub and we have people coming. What we get in terms of leisure and hospitality really depends on the national situation. So I did pull in that. And I did use the 75th percentile downside for this sector as well. So putting it all together, this is what my two taxable sales forecasts look like for showing you the last 10 years on a monthly basis. And then finally, on a fiscal year basis, you can see summing it all up, the expected, the alternate, the no stimulus forecast just being lower than the others. And here, turning from taxable sales to actual sales and use tax, what it comes out to is for fiscal year 21, a 2.3% decline, for 22, 3.1% increase, and then 23, that 9.1% increase, real bounce back in the out year. Whereas for the alternate forecast, it's stronger decline in 21, continued slight decline in 22, and then the bounce back in 23, but still ending up in a much lower place overall, with overall revenue collection. So with that, I can answer any questions that the forum members might have.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that, we can proceed to Ms. Powers from the Budget Office. So with regards to bringing her slide deck up and beginning her presentation on her sales tax forecast. And I see her slides coming up on the screen. So please proceed, Ms. Powers. Thank you.
For the record, Suzanne Powers, economist with Budget Office. Slide 13 shows actuals for taxable retail sales in Nevada for calendar year 2019 and calendar year 2020 year to date. Overall, taxable retail sales have fared better than expected. The stimulus checks and pent-up demand to resume activities that were previously closed during consumer spending has held up much better than feared. It had appeared last time when we met that spending had begun to level off after June, but September retail sales surprised us. This is just an example of how the data that is coming in continues to defy at times a logic that you would expect to see in a pandemic-stricken economy. The next slide shows taxable retail sales by industry. When looking at the retail sales by industry, online sales, car sales, and businesses selling building material and garden equipment and supplies have performed well, whereas hospitality, retail, restaurant, and bar-related sales have declined. When comparing fiscal year to date for 2020 versus fiscal year to date 2021. Online sales are captured under the heading miscellaneous retail and non-retail stores, the last category on the right. My next slide shows my baseline forecast for sales and use tax. This has an assumption of a fiscal stimulus captured by a variable for personal income using Moody's baseline scenario. Some negatives for outlook here, why the strength of the growth is not stronger, is that there have not been any major construction project announcements in the pipeline. Those typically tend to boost our sales tax growth. There are many positives for outlook for this particular tax. We will see pent-up demand from visitors and residents once the pandemic is over, and low interest rates will support spending. In this scenario, fiscal 21 collection estimate is 1.19 billion, a decline of 2.4% growth rate. 22 collections, fiscal 22 collections estimate is 1.23 billion, an increase of 4.2% in growth rate. And fiscal 23 collections estimate is 1.31 billion, an increase of 6.2% in growth rate. The next slide shows an alternative scenario without stimulus. Although households have increased their savings and are likely to spend without additional federal support, the outlook can be more subdued. This forecast scenario is derived with an assumption of disposable income eroding due to lower transfer payments, holding other things constant. In this scenario, collections are lower for fiscal 21 at 1.17 billion, a decline of 3.5% in growth rate. Fiscal 22 collection estimate is 1.18 billion, an increase only of 0.5% in growth rate, and fiscal 23 collection estimate is 1.26 billion, an increase of 6.5% in growth rate. And this does conclude my sales and use tax forecast presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Thank you. Mr. Ginden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Russell Ginden with the Fiscal Analysis Division. And so let me bring up one table here. So it's on actually page 49 of the Fiscal Analysis Division packet, and I brought it up here on the screen. Might be a little hard to, whoops. I was going to try and blow it up, but I can't control that here. Sorry. That presents the fiscal division's forecast for the 2% sales tax under what we call the baseline or stimulus scenario, and then the alternative. Again, just quickly, as I've stated, that fiscal did not change their outlook for employment and thus wages. The personal income series from the November forecast to this forecast did change due to using Moody's transfer payments in their November forecast, which then goes into our non-wage income, which then added to wage income generates our personal income series. So that is what's driving the difference in the forecast. Also, between this forecast in November, we got the September number. August was actually down 10.3%. And I thought some of that might be attributable to the stimulus, some of the stimulus coming out of the economy. So I actually, when the forecast that was presented to this body in November, was guessing at September to make up the third month of that quarter, that it would be down around 12.6%. That quarter ended up only being down, the collections only ended up being down 4.5%. So that was clearly not a very good read by me as to what September would be, thinking that things would get weaker, looking at the double-digit decline that occurred in August. And so I state that to go, it's getting pretty difficult to read the signal from the noise. in the monthly numbers when you'd think that the stimulus should be having some dissipating effect. But yet the numbers still remain relatively strong for the sales tax collections. But then we also did try and take into account that there should be a little bit of degradation for November and December again because of the governor's directives. But I think this is going to be a harder one to read because, as Ms. Bowers showed you, the non-store retailers, which is the online entities and the marketplace facilitators, has been, again, growing 140, 150, 160%. But we do annualize against that here this October because the law was effective October 1st, 2019. So I do think you're going to start to annualize that against that, and thus the growth rates might start to slow or the declines could change because of that annualization. But I do think that probably the non-store online sales is going to stay somewhat stronger, and we'll still see growth even though we're annualizing because of what's occurred in this pandemic to us moving online versus going to bricks and mortar facilities to make our purchases. Also, I think the October, November, December are going to be unlike what we normally see for a holiday shopping season because of the online retailers trying to get people to spread their sales out over October, November, December so that the logistics of delivery. And so it's going to be hard then to look at these numbers and get an idea of what's going on for those holiday sales, even in relation to what's going on because of the economics of the stimulus winding down and no more stimulus from Congress by the end of this year. But the assumption is that there will be stimulus in the first and second quarter again that was driven to our baseline. And so you can see in fiscal's forecast in Table 8 that the forecast was revised up in the baseline compared to the November forecast. And then even the no stimulus is an upward revision compared to that forecast. And then you can see the revisions going across in FY22 and 23 in Table 8. I think it's worth stating that probably from my trying to look at things, that fiscal's no stimulus forecast has a much different pattern compared to the other forecasters because I was struggling as the forecaster to do the no stimulus scenario because after looking at Moody's forecast scenarios and the assumptions, it wasn't just about stimulus or no stimulus. They were doing things like there would be increased caseloads for the virus, which would cause shutdowns of businesses. So it was then hard to isolate out stimulus versus other things going on, and fiscal not having a full-blown simultaneous equation structural model to be able to simulate some of these things. For fiscal to do the no stimulus, we simply took out Moody's stimulus from the first and second quarter and kept the transfer payments path then somewhat at that level. And I will be honest with you, as a forecaster, having a chance then to put it away and come back and look at it. If there is a downside risk to fiscal's no stimulus, is that the transfer payments probably should have fallen more in the 22. Thus our forecast should come down a little bit more in 22 under the no stimulus than you see here. But I think with the information set that we have, again, Congress is now talking again. The numbers that they're talking about is somewhere around, I think, 900 million, 900 billion versus I think what Moody's had in their baseline was about 1.5 trillion as their assumptions. So obviously what is being discussed is less than that. But again, even when you talk about stimulus and no stimulus, it gets difficult to go, well, what's the form of that stimulus? Is it going to be going to individuals through UI or one-time checks, or is it going to businesses? Is it going to go to state and local governments? All those things can have effects on the economy. But for fiscal and our sales tax equation, we really can drive it through personal income and then visitors. And so I don't want to sit here and belabor that point about the stimulus, no stimulus. What you'll see in the chart that I have up on the table on page 49 is, for me as the forecaster, to start to think about it as Well, rather than having to try and make the decision to put both feet in a stimulus or no stimulus environment, is to try and somewhat split the baby by looking at what would an average scenario look like, so that I'm trying to hedge against, well, I'm not going to get caught up too much if there's not stimulus or not in the average. And so then in the charts that I have available here, that this is the not seasonally adjusted forecast that I brought up on the screen, and it's actually on page 52 of the packet. But even though the seasonal patterns are blown up right now for us, it's sometimes a little easier to look at, attempt to seasonally adjust the taxable sales series. So you can see the orange line is with the stimulus in, the blue is with the no stimulus, and then the gray is the average of the both. And then here it is on a fiscal year basis instead of the quarterly basis. And so that's when I started to look at it to go, okay, there might be more comfort in an average scenario from looking at fiscal's forecast, because again, I'm not trying to put myself where I have to stand in one camp or the other camp. I'm going to hedge my bets by standing in both camps in some sense. And so then finally, the bar chart that I have here just tries to allow you to see what's happening by quarter across the different cuts. So it's very busy, but it was my check to try and see, is anything jumping out or sort of bothering me about what's going on quarterly in terms of the recovery that's coming back under the forecast scenario. And so with that, Mr. Chair and members of the forum, that was the information that I wanted to present for this revenue source. I can answer any questions that the members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gannon. Any questions?
For the record, this is Linda Rosenthal. I don't have any questions necessarily for Mr. Gendon. I just wanted to share some thoughts. So I too, before I saw Russell's presentation, was thinking, I do think there's going to be a stimulus. It's a matter of how much, honestly. So I don't know that it's prudent to, take the baseline or take the no stimulus number. I mean, I think somewhere in the middle is probably going to be where we land, given that the current proposals are only 60% of what was included in Moody's forecast. That also highlights that just taking the no stimulus number probably is not the most rational decision. When I look at the forecasts that are put before us, for the reasons Mr. Gendon pointed out, fiscal's forecast with and without stimulus really are not very different, which although he's on the high end, which leads me to kind of move away from those forecasts and look at either budget or agency. And quite frankly, the agency variances between baseline and no stimulus are very large. 80, 100 million if you look out at 2022 and 2023. So I think just as we start to talk about, this is obviously a very, very large revenue source. The numbers are big, the variances are big. It's important that we try to get this right with imperfect information. But given what we know, like I said, I think there will be a stimulus. The question is how much. Right now, the stimulus that's being proposed, I believe, by the Democratic Party, which is probably only going to go down, right? I believe it's the Republican Party that would be pushing for a lower number. So given all of that, trying to incorporate all of that into the most logical forecast we can come up with, my thoughts are leaning towards taking the budget division forecast and actually taking an average of the baseline and the no stimulus numbers that are presented for all three periods. But I welcome any other thoughts or comments on this.
I might just mention that my thoughts also were the budget sort of in the middle on most of these, and I've got it marked that I'd prefer the budget and as to where we stand between the stimulus and non-stimulus. I think probably Linda's idea is a pretty good one, that we should go somewhere in the middle. But I'm definitely agreeing with her on the budget, using the budget numbers for this.
My thought process follows the same. I've been pleasantly surprised with the numbers, especially after I'll say the stimulus money ran out or was running out when we got past August. So I've been pleasantly surprised with what has been collected, but I am somewhat concerned that, yes, I believe there's going to be a stimulus, but it's probably going to be on the lower end for the retail person spending the money that's going to trickle out here for the rest of fiscal 21. And so with that, again, I'm in agreement with the proposal to use budget across the board.
Ms. Lewis?
Oh, of course, I'll concur, I think, with everyone that's been ahead of me. I guess I have the one question, I guess, and this is probably a Russell question as far as stimulus. Is that a legit thing for us to even be concerned? I mean, all of us believe that that's going to happen, but is it also a little bit speculative? But regardless, I think going with the blended average from the budget is probably the safest bet from my end.
Mr. Gindin, I would just point out that it's incredibly helpful to have these broken out between baseline and no stimulus. We had talked about that at the last meeting, and I would extend my thank you to the budget division and the agency. I was surprised, actually, while the differences in some cases are meaningful, as Ms. Rosenthal pointed out, they're not nearly as meaningful as one might intuitively think they would be in the case of no stimulus. So having them split apart is incredibly helpful to this decision-making process. That being said, I'm in concurrence with the rest of the members as well.
So Mr. Chairman, as staff, listening to Ms. Rosenthal's potential motion was the consideration of averaging the budget baseline and no stimulus scenarios. And so I'll ask my colleagues to be checking my math, and I just got an IM here. So, and we're probably rounding differently here, I think. Sorry. So when I look at taking the average of budget divisions baseline and no stimulus, I get 1178.675 to me, I think, rounding up. And then that's for FY21. For FY 2022, I get 1206.567. And then for FY23, averaging those two, I get 1283.341. And again, these are millions of dollars. And so that would be the numbers if there was a motion and a second for Ms. Rosenthal's proposal.
I would make that motion.
I'll second.
I apologize, just 1 second, let me. Yeah, I apologize, I was just redoing the mathematics. So the motion was by, excuse me again?
Linda.
Okay. And then I heard Ms.
seconded.
Lewis. Ms. Lewis was seconding it?
Please.
Thank you. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll do the roll call vote and the motion is to approve the forecast for the state 2% sales tax for FY21 of 1178.675, and that's millions of dollars. And for FY22, 1206.567. And then FY23 of 1283.341. And so, Mr. Levitt?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Streschley?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenthal?
Yes.
Chair Billings?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let the record show that the motion for the sales tax forecast passed unanimously for the numbers that I reflected in my statement. And so with that, that concludes that revenue source. So we can move on to the next revenue source, which is the insurance premium tax. And here we would ask Ms. Owens to begin her presentation, and then we'll go with Ms. Powers, and then we'll have Mr. Nakamoto from the Fiscal Division doing his presentation for the Fiscal Division.
Thank you, Russell. Again, Haley Owens for Department of Taxation. I'm going to be much briefer this time. The insurance premium tax. Here, this is the same slide that I included at the last meeting. I decided to just keep it in with information from the Kaiser Family Foundation survey of healthcare premiums for healthcare insurance plans on the ACA exchange for 2021, showing that's kind of a mix of directions that premiums are expected to go, some up, some down. So not a wild swing one direction or the other. Next here, you can see this chart of our quarterly gross revenues for the insurance premium tax for the last several years, and then for the forecast period. You can see that last blue bar is our fiscal year 21 first quarter revenues, and it came in high. It looks like it's our highest quarter on record. So we're not seeing a huge decline in this tax type. And you can kind of see the general pattern of those orange bars for those forecasted quarters kind of generally trending upwards. And so coming to the actual numbers, I'm showing a 5.1% increase in FY21 in the current fiscal year, slower increase in 22 of 3.7%, and then speeding up a little bit in 23, 4.5% increase, really a steady growth pattern that we've seen in this tax type. And this was forecasted on personal consumption expenditures on financial services and insurance in Nevada, as well as the Nevada population at the baseline scenario, forecast scenario. And with that, I can answer any questions that the forum might have.
Any questions? No, thank you.
So Ms. Powers, if you would please bring your slides up and begin your presentation. Thank you.
For the record, Susanna Powers, economist with Budget Office. My insurance premium tax forecast is on slide 18. This tax is relatively stable revenue for the state and is not subject to fluctuations as much as the tax is closely aligned with tourism spending. I estimated the insurance premium a regression model based on households, medical CPI, and the 10-year treasury rate. The idea is the insurers sell a product whose present value depends on interest rates. After considering the first quarter collections, it came in better than I expected, and it did result in an upward revision in the forecast. Previously, I had not made adjustments as I was waiting for the first quarter, and I reran the regression, and it actually picked up the good quarter. And then I carried out some adjustments forward. There was just one thing about the first quarter that made my adjustments smaller, because the portion of the tax that is collected by Business and Industry Insurance Division actually came in lower than I expected. So, so that is why my fiscal one collection estimate is revised up only to 463.6 million. And then fiscal 22 estimate is 482 million rounded, and fiscal 23 collection estimate is $509.4 million. And there are some potential headwinds to the fiscal 21 forecast due to potential losses due to business closures. But despite these potential headwinds, it appears that there is stable demand for other types of insurance. This does conclude my insurance premium tax forecast presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the members? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nakamoto, if you would please bring your slides up and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the forum. For the record, my name is Michael Nakamoto. I am a Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Counsel Bureau. The Fiscal Analysis Division's forecast for the insurance premium tax actually begins on page 58 of the forum packet, but I'll have you go to page 59 just so you can, or sorry, page 57, but on page 59 is the forecast for the Fiscal Division. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this just for no other reason than that there was very little change to this particular forecast. This is one, as we've gone through before, that we forecast the quarters, since that makes up the bulk of the collections for this tax, probably about 95% of the collections. So you can see that first quarter of FY21, that actual number of $116.8 million. Our forecast that we presented November was at $114.7 million. So we picked up approximately $2.1 million for that. The other change to the forecast for the prior year fiscal tax, you can see that it's now at $300,000. That was previously at zero. So we added in that $300,000. That results in the only change that we made was just adjusting for that particular quarter throughout the forecast path. So we've added approximately $2.4 million to the forecast in FY21, approximately $2.2 million in FY22, and approximately $2.3 million in FY23. Again, I would note the growth rate of 5.6% in the third quarter is attributable to the law change that goes back to 2014, the ending of the home office credit that will add $5 million to the quarter starting in FY21 with respect to the ending of that and getting back $1 million for the state general fund. The only thing that I would otherwise note is just an observation, Mr. Chair and members of the forum. When we met back in November, it just happened to be at that exact moment that we were in the meeting, the Supreme Court was having a hearing on the constitutionality of the individual mandate for the Affordable Care Act. And those of you who have been on the forum for a while, we've talked about the ACA and how it's going to affect or could potentially affect insurance premium tax collections. And so this was the latest round by the Trump administration, the Department of Justice, and some of the states, most notably Texas, with respect to challenging the constitutionality of the individual mandate portion of the ACA and using that potentially as a mechanism to dismantle or rule unconstitutional the entirety of the ACA itself. And what they pointed to was the act by Congress back in 2017 to eliminate the penalty for the individual mandate. So if you didn't have insurance, your tax penalty went down to zero. Those of you who have been around long enough probably remember we've had this discussion before, and that was originally what hinged on the constitutionality of the ACA in the first place, was that Chief Justice Roberts back in, I believe, 2012 or 13 said that the individual mandate was within Congress's power to tax. And because of that, that made the individual mandate and therefore the ACA constitutional. So the hearings on this kind of centered around that. And even if you were to find the individual mandate unconstitutional, there was testimony and there were questioning, particularly by Chief Justice Roberts as well as Justice Kavanaugh, expressing their doubts on the severability of those provisions from the entirety of the ACA. Therefore, if the ACA, or if that portion of the ACA were found unconstitutional, it would not necessarily bring down the whole thing. So that kind of leaves the ACA in a little bit of doubt and as perhaps a part of a downside risk. But as we've had a few years without a penalty for the individual mandate, even if you got rid of the individual mandate, you probably aren't going to lose the entire of the ACA as a whole. So I don't know if that necessarily provides too much of a downside risk, especially when you had testimony from those justices saying that they weren't really willing to touch the other portions of it. But again, because we're coming into a brand new administration in January of 21, whatever changes are made to the law, we'll see what happens. But based on the information we have now, we're really sticking with the forecast that we had because just our outlook really hasn't changed. And there's nothing that we have seen that really suggests that we would or should be changing this forecast beyond just adjusting for the first quarter being a little better than we thought. With that, Mr. Chair and members of the forum, I would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Gindin, shall we move to discussion among the members of the forum?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as that concludes the presentation by the forecasters under this revenue item.
When I look at the numbers we're relatively close. It looks like to me that we took the agency and the fiscal in the first 2 years are very, very close. And then in the third year, there's a slight difference because agencies recommending a 4.4% increase in the fiscal 5.4. And I personally am a little bit more inclined to go with a 4.4% increase in the third year, which would, given that, I think I would recommend that we use the agency forecast for the 3 years.
That's Craig Billings here. That was where my head was as well, Mr. Levitt, so I concur.
For the record, I agree completely. I'm fine with that proposal.
I'm also in agreement.
I'm there too.
So, Mr. Chairman.
I'll go ahead and make a motion then.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Levitt.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Thank you. For the record, Russell Gindin. So we have a motion by Mr. Levitt and a second by Mr. Streschley for the forecast for the insurance premium tax for FY21 to be 479.199. For FY22, 496.540. And for FY23, 518.271. And again, these are millions of dollars. And this is the agency's forecast for all 3 years. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I will call the roll. Mr. Levitt?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Streschley?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenthal?
Yes.
Chair Billings?
Yes.
Thank you. Let the record reflect, Mr. Chairman, that the insurance premium tax forecast motion was approved unanimously by the members of the forum. With that, we can move on to the next revenue source, which is the modified business tax. And so we will have Ms. Owens from the Department of Taxation. And again here, we did it last time, and I think it makes sense, is to allow Ms. Owens to go through her forecast for each of the 3 components of the MBT. And then we can have Ms. Powers do the same, and then we'll have Mr. Reel from the Fiscal Division provide his forecast. Thank you. So Ms. Owens, if you're ready and want to bring your slide deck up and proceed.
Thanks, Russell. So again, Haley Owens from Department of Taxation with Modified Business Tax Forecast. I'm going to start again with charts. Here is history and forecast on a quarterly basis for the general business portion of the modified business tax, which is about 90% of the total tax. So it really is the driving force behind most large movements in this tax. So as you can see, the forecast, it starts kind of low and it gradually increases over the forecast period. That last blue bar is the first quarter of FY21. And I hate to get technical, but to be fair to the other forecasters, my inputs might be a little bit different there. Fourth quarter of 20 and first quarter of 21 might be a little bit higher than mine, just because of how I'm doing this on a economic activity basis, which is slightly different from our actual distributions, which just takes into account things like, say, a taxpayer pays their third quarter MBT late, and so it goes out in the fourth quarter. That is considered fourth quarter revenue when it comes to actual distributions. But for me, I've put every payment in the quarter in which it belongs, and there are pluses or minuses to doing it this way. I like to do it that way for an economic forecast, but there's the downside that maybe there are late payments for the first quarter of fiscal year 21 that I don't yet have accounted for because of how I'm doing this, and same with the tax credits. So I just wanted to throw that out there for the other forecasters, if they're like, whoa, I'm not seeing, quite so low of returns in the past 2 quarters. That's where my numbers are coming from. So moving on to the financial institutions portion of the modified business tax. Again, that last blue bar, the first quarter of fiscal year 21, our highest quarter. It looks like we have had some real growth in this industry that we expect to, at least, if not the growth will continue, at least where we're at now should continue. And so this forecast takes into account the increased employment and wages in the sector from the last year, and then a little bit of growth on top of that. And finally, moving to the mining portion of the tax, you can see it's kind of basically stable, and then I have it basically stable going out. This one isn't quite as volatile or as sensitive to these economic conditions we've been seeing as the other 2 categories in the modified business tax. And so finally, going to the actual numbers for each portion of the tax, I end up with a 10.5% decline in FY21 for the general business portion, and then a 14% increase for financial. Like I said, we had a really high first quarter, and we don't expect that to really change for the rest of the fiscal year. And then mining, slight increase. And then for the out years, more bouncing back for the general business portion, and then slower, just continued growth in financial like we've seen, and then middling growth for the mining sector. And then here again, you can see the forecast variables I used, and for all of them, I used the Moody's baseline forecast scenario. And so finally, putting it all together, here the quarterly recent history and forecasts for total modified business tax gross, and then how those numbers come out. It averages out to almost a 9% decline for 21, 5.7% increase in 22, so coming back, and then a stronger bounce back by 23. And with that, I can answer if there are any questions.
Craig Billings here. Can you kindly revisit your point on the nuances of your 2021 forecast? Your opening remarks.
About the last 2 quarters?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let me go back to my slide. So this comes up for every tax type. There's kind of 2 ways to look at it, is the accounting basis and the economic activity basis. And it really basically comes down to, late taxpayers or amending past returns. And in one sense, the best way to look at it is the money that actually was transferred each quarter, and that's going to include payments for that quarter. It's going to include late payments for prior quarters, and if there were adjustments to, say it turns out someone owed an extra $10,000 on a tax return from a year ago, they pay that $10,000, that goes out in that quarter, that's counted. What I have done is looking at each quarter by what has been attributed, the tax that was paid for that quarter. So if it's the first quarter of 21, if someone paid it early, if they paid it in the fourth quarter of 20, I don't put it in the fourth quarter of 20. I put it in the first quarter of 21 because that's the period that the payment was for, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
And the same issue also comes, since we're doing this gross, I take our actual distributions, our actual tax revenue that came in and that went out, and then add on the tax credits. And the same thing can happen with the tax credits. People amend their tax credits for prior periods, or claim credits in this quarter for a year ago. So it gets technical, it gets messy, and you can kind of see there's different ways to look at it. But I did want to throw that out there in case the other forecasters are like, well, I didn't see such low numbers for the last 2 quarters. My numbers might be a little bit lower.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ginden.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with that, we will proceed then with Ms. Powers making her presentation for all 3 components of the modified business tax. So Ms. Powers, if you're ready, I see your slide deck coming up. Thank you.
For the record, Susanna Powers, economist with Budget Office. I will start my modified business tax MPT forecast first for general business. My first slide here, or slide 20, shows calendar year 2019 and calendar year 2020 year to date job growth, non-seasonally adjusted. So this is the most up-to-date data that can be used as a signal in estimating payroll. And so not only that, but it was also very important to see the first quarter posting to gain understanding how much the pandemic has impacted the payroll so far. So when I looked at the first quarter posting, it did result in revision to my MPT general business forecast since the last meeting, and it was an upward revision. I'm relying heavily on a signal then going forward, and I have my employment outlook in the next slide. I do see employment improving at a marginal pace. And this series that I have been following appears fairly consistent with the first quarter MPT payroll tax posting. The next slide shows the collection forecast. So as I mentioned, the first quarter was better than I expected. And the fiscal 21 collection estimate is $614.3 million. Fiscal 22 collection estimate is $639.6 million. And the last year, fiscal 23 collection estimate is $676.5 million. Then I'm going to move on to my financial side of MPT. The first slide shows the actuals for calendar year 2019, and then what we have year to date for calendar year 20. And last time I was using this as a signal to figure out what is happening in terms of payroll. Well, when I move to the next slide, it shows a very different picture. When looking at the first quarter MPT posting for finance, there seemed to be a little bit of a disconnect. I am not sure if the sample in current employment statistics is picking up everything that is happening in this sector. We had a record month for MPT finance. So my outlook then reflects that picture for employment. Then in terms of collections, my fiscal 21 tax collection forecast is a function of the employment outlook I just outlined. And there is another assumption in fiscal 21 for collections. Not only the employment is stable, increasing, but I do believe that the payrolls were bigger also as a response to servicing PPP loans, mortgage refinance boom that we're experiencing or have experienced, and some other lending. So for those reasons, my fiscal 21 collection forecast was revised up to $42 million. fiscal 22 collection estimate is $42.5 million. And the fiscal 23 collection estimate is $43.6 million. Then moving on to the last piece of MPT, which is mining. I will start with the same job growth actuals that we have currently available from current employment statistics. And I just want to remind that these are estimates based on a sample, and they get revised once a year, so until in March, how the actual numbers will look like for all of these estimates. So they're just estimates, but I am using them to get some signal. So employment in the mining sector tends to follow the trend of gold prices and subsequent production. And the first slide shows the metal ore mining job growth for 2019 calendar year and calendar year 2020 actuals year to date. And the mining industry is countercyclical, but when I was looking at this last month, I wasn't entirely sure what to think of the signal given by these statistics, given the mergers and joint ventures of gold mining operations in our rural counties. So then keeping that in mind and looking at the first quarter MPT mining collection, this slide then shows my employment outlook that I am using for my MPT mining forecast. So the assumption here in the outlook is that there have been mergers and joint ventures of gold mining operations, and it is likely that as a result of the streamlining of operations and the efficiencies that were realized, there may not be a similar employment response to the current high gold prices as in the past. And for this reason, I did not revise my MPT mining collection forecast. It is the same as what you saw last time. Fiscal 21 collection estimate is 23.7 million. Fiscal 22 is at 24.3 million, and fiscal 23 collection estimate is at 24.7 million. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Powers. Mr. Ginden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll have Joe Reel with the Fiscal Division proceed with his presentation for the three components of the MBT. So, Mr. Reel, if you'll bring your slides up and begin your presentation.
Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, one moment. Thank you. For the record, Joe Reel, Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. I'm referring to page 67 of the fiscal packet. And this table 1 is a summary of our forecast for the non-financial, financial, and mining together. So I'll zoom in a little bit.
Excuse me, Mr. Reel. The slide that you're showing us looks like one of the forecast tables. It's not out of the LCB packet, the Fiscal Division's packet, the table that you're referencing. So.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on. Okay, I'm sorry, I need to reshare my screen somehow. I believe that's what I wanted to show. You should be seeing table 1.
It's not up yet, so.
I'm able to.
I can see it, yeah.
So Joe, sorry, this is broadcast. If you could stop your screen share and re-screen share for me.
So Joe, did you hear that from our BPS staff too?
Yes, so I stopped there. And how's that?
Yes, that is the table that I believe you wanted to
Table
be
one?
referencing.
Yes. Okay, apologize. Again, Joe Reel for the record with the Fiscal Analysis Division. I'm just going to go through the results on table one and look at the actual collections for the first quarter is really the what's driving the changes to our forecast. So looking at the non-financial sector, the actual for this first quarter came in at 148.2 million. And our initial forecast for that quarter was 147.5 million, or a decline of 9%. And you can see it came in at minus 8.5. So based on coming pretty close to that particular forecast, we did not make any other adjustments to our forecast. And so the first quarter throughout each fiscal year has been adjusted based on those actual collections. And so you can see the revision to our forecast in the base year, the $702,000. And then that carries through throughout the forecast path with 715,000 in FY22 and then 758,000 in FY23 in terms of the revision compared to our prior forecast. Slightly, or actually a quite different story in the financial sector. You can see the collections there in the first quarter, very strong, has been noted, 11.6 million in collections. When we were looking at that last time, we only expected about 7.8 million. And of course, grossly understated. And there's been, again, some additional activity in this sector that is driving up this base year. And then, of course, we don't carry that all the way through in terms of this forecast. And so the adjustment here is taking really that 3.7 million in the base year, and then carrying that through in the out years with an adjustment of 2.5 million in FY22 and then 2.6 million in FY23. And then in the mining sector, in this one, I was a little bit surprised to see the low 4.7 million in collections. We were expecting about 5.6 million, or a growth of 10% for the quarter. And of course, that didn't happen. So the downward revision of 825,000 in the base year, we carried that through to some extent in the out years with a reduction of 242,000 in FY22, and then a reduction of 249,000 in FY23. And so that really highlights the changes to our forecast. So overall, you can see the revision that we've made to all three sectors. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Kindon, back to you.
So, Mr. Chair, that completes the presentation on the modified business tax in terms of the three different components of that tax by each forecaster. So at this point in time, that would be for the forum then to move towards a motion in a second so that staff can do the roll call vote.
Thank you. Do any of the members have, would any of the members like to take the lead on the discussion component?
Let me just mention, if I could, the way I see the three of them, and then we can respond. I suppose in the non-financial, I picked the budget division for all 3 years simply because their growth is a little bit more conservative than the fiscal division. And so I recommend the budget division for all 3 years. And then the other two, I picked the fiscal division for all 3 years. We're not talking about huge differences here, but particularly on the mining, they recommending a slightly larger growth, and I think the mining is doing well in these difficult financial circumstances, and so I just think that's probably logical. So anyway, I'm looking at the budget division for all 3 years for the first one, the fiscal division for all 3 years for the next two.
For the record, this is Linda Rosenthal. I'm completely fine with that proposal. I was looking kind of just more broadly at the total MBT tax. And if you look at table 1, it shows in fiscal 18, it grew 5.1%. Fiscal 19, it grew 6.4%. So then if you look at the forecast here, fiscal, 20 and 21 obviously are impacted, and then we return kind of to those levels of growth, kind of just returning to the normal trend, which gives me comfort too in the forecast, because that trajectory makes sense to me. So I have no alternative view from Mr. Levitz on which forecast to choose.
Okay.
I'm also in agreement with those comments, especially with the non-financial. Fiscal and budget are very close with the agency on that first year, but my understanding is there's possible missing payments that have been collected, but they're not included in their forecast. So again, I agree with the proposal for the budget and then fiscal on the other.
I'll also concur with Mr. Levitt.
Okay. Thank you. I would concur as well. So with that, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to the budget division for the 3 years for the non-financial, the fiscal division for the 3 years financial, and the mining.
Well, second.
So, Mr. Chair, then what we have is a motion by Mr. Levitt and a second by Ms. Lewis and this will just, I've got to do this, so bear with me. For the modified business tax, the non-financial component, the motion is for go with the budget division's forecast for all 3 years. So that would be a forecast for FY21 of 6.614.260, a forecast for FY22 of 639.594, and for FY23 of 676.514. The motion then was for go with the fiscal division for the modified business tax, the financial portion. So that would be a forecast for FY21 of 40.502, FY22 of 40.631, and FY23 of 42.443. And finally, the motion for the modified business tax, the mining portion, was to go with the fiscal division for all 3 years. Thus, that would be for FY21, a forecast of 23.852. For FY 2022, a forecast of 24.561. And a forecast for FY23 of 25.358. And again, these are in millions of dollars. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, if I have the motion correct, I will proceed with the roll call vote. And with all three of these components combined. So Mr. Levitt?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Streschley?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenthal?
Yes.
Chair Billings?
Yes.
Thank you, members of the forum. Please let the record reflect that the motion regarding the forecast for the modified business tax for the financial, non-financial, and mining components was approved unanimously by the members of the forum. And so with that, Mr. Chair, we can move on to the next revenue source, which is the real property transfer tax.
Great. Thank you.
With that, we'll have Ms. Owens
Thanks,
from the
Russell.
Department of Taxation, and then Ms. Powers from the Budget Office, and Mr. Nakamoto from the Fiscal Division. And Ms. Owens, I see your slides up on the screen, so please proceed.
All right, so for the real property transfer tax, the general fund portion of that tax, I wanted to start with these four little charts I just threw together. These are the indicators that I used this time to forecast this tax. You might see from the tables that for myself, for taxation at least, this is the revenue that has changed the most between my November forecast and my December forecast. I sort of had to change my attitude about it a little bit and then try to find, there's so many housing and construction variables and indicators out there. Just to try to find a mix that made sense to me to put it together. I can say I think the reason that my November forecast was drawn down so much was I included a measure of foreclosure rates, which were forecasted to increase a lot. But I think that there's foreclosures has kind of an ambiguous effect on the real property transfer tax, because I think of it as increasing the number of transfers. But at the same time, usually when you see a lot of foreclosures, prices go down as well. So how that nets out to its effect on the actual tax can be ambiguous. And looking at the November forecast, it drew it down a lot. So this time I used housing starts, which have been on this long-term upward trend with some volatility. Median home price, which is forecasted to decline a little bit and then kind of level out in the medium term at a lower level. Mortgage originations, which seeing some volatility. We got these low interest rates, and then personal income, which in the long term is just on an upward trend. With two little lumps for the, I think that is the stimulus we already received and the stimulus that we're forecasted to receive. So this is what I used to forecast the real property transfer tax revenue. Turning to the quarterly history and forecast, you can see we did have a big decline in the fourth quarter of FY20, but we bounced back pretty well in the first quarter of 21. So you can see that last blue bar is kind of right in line with the history. So when it came to forecasting, it's just it looks level. You'll see that the percent change for 21 ends up being high because we're moving from those two lower quarters during COVID. But overall, no crazy trend here. So turning to the actual numbers, we have it forecasted increasing 6% in 21. I think there's going to be a lot of churn in the market for the remainder of this fiscal year. And then we have a slight decline in 22, just because I think, like I said, some of that churn is going to slow down in 22, and then declining even a little bit in 23. And with that, I can answer if there are any questions about this forecast.
Any questions? Hearing none. Thank you. Mr. Ginnan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Ms. Powers, if you can bring up, and I see your slides coming up, so if you can proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
For the record, Susanna Powers, economist with Budget Office. I will be going over my real property transfer tax forecast. So it is a function of supply and demand. I will be showing my outlook for permits, which is going to be giving a signal for the supply side, and then showing the outlook for the demand side, what will be driving the sales, and that will be captured by home prices, my outlook for that. And then remember my overall assumption in forecast that I expect to have a low interest rate environment. So that then captures the state of the economy. Typically when the economy is weaker, the interest rates are lower. And when interest rates rise, typically it's because the economy is stronger. Okay, so then let's move on to my first slide. You saw this last time, but it has been updated calendar year 20 year to date, October numbers are plugged in. And I do have an overall revision to my real property transfer tax upon further review of some of the drivers and assumptions that I just outlined, and I will be walking you through my current view. But the point here is that housing supply is tight. Mortgage rates are low, as I mentioned, and residential permits have been steady, but not increasing at a pace fast enough to increase the housing supply significantly. Tight supply and low cost of borrowing will keep an upward pressure on home prices. Slide 33 shows my outlook for single family permits. Outlook is steady. Next slide. Has an additional slide from last time. It shows home market past due. And so far the housing market is performing well despite the pandemic. but there are few clouds in the horizon. As a result of the pandemic's impact on our economy, mortgage delinquencies are up. This slide shows a percent of home mortgages past due in calendar year 2019 and calendar year 2020 year to date. September is the last observation. I have this statistic from the entire state only, but a good assumption is that these delinquencies are in areas with high unemployment. The forbearance on GSE, government-sponsored enterprises, backed loans ends at the end of this month, and it is uncertain at this time if it will get continued or if other forms of relief will be offered. There are a couple observations and assumptions about this data that I have made. The mortgage delinquencies are not nearly were in the aftermath of the housing crash we experienced over a decade ago. In the event of if some of these loans do not get out of the past due status, it is likely that homeowners may have equity in their homes and can sell the home instead of facing a foreclosure. The source and magnitude, and finally, the source and magnitude of distress is different between now and what we experienced about a decade ago. We do not have relaxed lending standards and thus not a cascading impact of inflating home prices and bad underwriting of the housing boom years in the early 2000s. Next slide shows my outlook for home price index. My current view is that even if there are some distressed sales next year as a result of the pandemic, the homes will not sit on the market for long because the supply of homes is so scarce. In order for home prices to decline, we would need homes sitting on the market for an extended period of time. The FHFA released the latest quarter index for the third quarter of calendar year 20. The index for Nevada was up 7% from a year ago. There are some cooling effect on a price appreciation that I see, but not decline given the shortage of homes. Next slide shows my outlook for sales. The pandemic is affecting the volume of home sales in fiscal 21. Low interest rates will boost fiscal 22 sales, but the volume may be kept in check given the higher home prices. The market will normalize in fiscal 23. Last slide will show my collection forecast. This tax is extremely complex. There are many potential sets that can happen. For fiscal 21, we have the first quarter collected and the tax was flat year over year. However, as a result of reviewing my assumptions, I revised my fiscal 21 collections to 102.2 million, then fiscal 22 collections up to 104.3 million, and fiscal 23 collections up to 105.7 million. And that concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Hearing none, thank you. Mr. Gendon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll have the last forecaster for this revenue source is Mr. Nakamoto from the Fiscal Division. So Mr. Nakamoto, if you would bring up your slides and proceed. And your slides are up, Mr. Nakamoto, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the forum, again, for the record, Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. Before I get to the Fiscal Analysis Division's forecast for the real property transfer tax, I thought I would do what the other forecasters have done and go through our drivers. So you can see the chart that's up right now is for total existing single-family home sales, and we're the red line. And you'll note at the bottom that it's the October/November 2020 forecast. We did not change our outlook for this particular revenue source going forward because we really didn't have any information to change it. You can see Moody's between their October forecast, which is the black line, and the November forecast, which is their yellow line. They increased it slightly, but it was a real slight change. The same thing goes with the single-family home completions. You can see we are the red line there with the orange line behind it, which was the October forecast. But we did not change our outlook. Moody's changed theirs just a little bit as well. And then when you go to the Case-Shiller house price index, we have the same outlook as before, and Moody's largely does as well, in terms of having some sort of appreciation, at least for us, going into the middle of year 2021, and then having a fall off a little bit with an increased risk of delinquencies and foreclosures. So if you'll bear with me 1 second, I am going to go to our forecast, which is actually on page 94 fiscal packet. 1 second. So you can see the Fiscal Analysis Division forecast here with the first quarter actual of almost $28.4 million, and that was a 1.9% decrease. This is the only change to our forecast. We increased our forecast by $9,000 in FY21 with no changes to FY22 or 23, because when we came in November 10th, we had 14 of the 17 counties in. We were missing 3. And so once we put 3 counties in, that brought us to this just about $28.4 million with the $99,000 increase. Now that we have all 17 counties, one of the things that I'm curious to observe about the first quarter is of that $28.4 million, about $28.4 million, 18.5 million of it was in Clark County, and Clark County was down 1% for the first quarter. The balance of the state was $9.8 million, so about a third of the revenue, but it was up by 18.4%. So usually it's Clark County that's driving this particular revenue source. It's like as Clark goes, so does the state. It was the exact opposite in the first quarter. Washoe County in particular was $6.3 million of that $9.8 million. It was up 20.2%. Now, going into the second quarter, we don't have a lot of information yet. All we have is county collections for 4 different counties for the month of October. Some of the counties remit their revenue to the state controller on a quarterly basis. Some of them do it on a monthly basis. So we have 4 counties so far. The big one is Washoe, who remitted just over $2 million and was up 22.4% compared to October of 2019. The same thing for Lyon, Elko, and Eureka, the other 3 counties that remitted. They were all up very close to double digits, if not even more than that. So this is, if this holds, it may be an instance, at least in the near term, of the smaller counties, at least those that are smaller than Clark, that are driving or at least buoying the collections going forward, as opposed to Clark necessarily being the driver. Otherwise, because we did not have any change to our outlook, we didn't change our drivers, we still see that there's some risk in the forecast in terms of what happens with supply and with prices, especially if there is an increase in delinquencies and foreclosures getting into FY22 and 23. Other than that, we did not change our forecast. We're still at $109.6 million in FY21, up to $111.7 million in FY22, and then falling back a little bit to $109.8 million in FY23, just as prices settle out, going out into the end of the next biennium. With that, Mr. Chair, members of the forum, if there are any questions, I would be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thank
For the
you.
record,
Please go ahead.
this is Linda Rosenthal. I'm just wondering, I of course live up north in Washoe County and have seen the growth and have seen the demand for housing. Properties are not staying on the market very long at all. With the Clark County and down in Las Vegas, just from your, or Craig, somebody, whoever lives down in Clark County, maybe Jennifer's the best one to answer this. obviously there are big projects that came into Vegas that were helping drive growth there too. But I think about the impact of COVID. And I think when I was reading the draft letter to the governor, it was something like our unemployment rate went to, like 30% or something in the quarter. And I presume most of that, or in the year, most of that was in Clark County. Just wondering if once we get a vaccine and once COVID is over and we talk about this resumption to normalcy and the recovery in Clark County, wouldn't you expect to see, a change in the housing area, I guess, down there? I'm not thinking of the word, but the environment for housing down there, whether it's demand leading to prices as people come back and then those jobs are retaken. Anybody have any thoughts on that that's familiar with Clark County?
I guess I have some. And so I think one of the concerns that we have is, one is you have a lot of landlords who frankly haven't gotten rent on their rental houses for a long time, the mom and pop guys. And at some point, banks are going to want to get their money back out of those houses that have mortgages on them. And that seems sort of inevitable. So that's going to create some churn, which I think a couple of people commented on before. And then, we've had a pretty strong trickle of Californians coming in, I think both to Washoe and Clark County, as they're figuring out they can work from home, they can work somewhere where maybe they have a better quality of life, whatever it is. And so I don't know how much longer that, like when people decide maybe they don't want to move into California after COVID because they're okay not having as much space, if that kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. And I think there's sort of a regulatory issue, I'm trying to be delicate, is it's taken a lot longer to get houses out of the ground. And that's something, I think every year we say that, and it's continuing to be harder and more, possibly as more Californians move here, the regulatory environment's changing. And so that's making it a little bit slower and concerning, I guess, from my end. But I'm happy. I'd like to hear other people's opinions.
Yeah, I mean, folks that I talk to here in the market echo many of the demand and landlord situations that you just described. So it's always felt to me like at the high end, there was an inbound bid from in-migration, particularly from California, and at the lower end, it really we don't know what we don't know until we see the sunsetting of the eviction moratorium and the changes that will that could occur as part of that as landlords start to turn over their respective properties. So I would echo what Ms. Lewis said.
So that's interesting in that the overhang that comes from, say, unemployment causing people not to be able to pay their rents or pay their mortgages, whatever it might be, seems to be overshadowing the potential growth from a recovery and a rebound, or maybe at least just offsetting that.
I would describe at least my personal impression of what's happening in the southern portion of the state as perplexing, to be honest, Linda. It's difficult to understand the trajectory. I think we all kind of expected, or at least a layperson would expect, home prices to decline in light of everything that has happened here, but it simply hasn't really happened yet.
There's a skew maybe too, because there have been so many people moving into higher expensive housing. Like I think a couple of the high-end brokers have commented this has been like their greatest season ever as Bay Area people move in. And so that's maybe skewed when you have 11,000, say, sales. I think it starts changing some of the dynamics with if you get enough of those guys moving into McDonald Highlands or what have you. So I think it's a real concern, though, what happens with the other people, however.
So this revenue source, though, staying relatively flat makes sense. It sounds like on a statewide basis, like maybe there's the puts and takes that just offset, and this just doesn't change greatly.
That would be my impression. Yeah.
I mean, I guess if nobody else has a comment, I'm happy to go ahead and suggest we go with agencies numbers, maybe across the board, because I think they're kind of in the middle. And that makes me probably the most comfortable. I'm willing to make a motion to that effect.
I would second that motion. That's right where I was at.
Mr. Gindin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have a motion by Ms. Lewis and a second by Mr. Streschley for the real property transfer tax forecast to go with the agency for all 3 years. So under that motion then, the forecast for FY21 would be 106.507. For FY2022, it would be 105.460. And for FY23, it would be 105.143. And so with that, I will call roll. Mr. Levitt,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Streschley,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenthal,
Yes.
Chair Billings.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect that the vote for the motion on the forecast for the real property transfer tax was unanimous. And so with that, Mr. Chair, we can proceed to the last item on this agenda item, which is the commerce tax. And then what's also included in this is the commerce tax credits. And so with that, I will be presenting the information on this item. And so you have tables in the packet for this item. But what I just thought, since there were no changes, I would have you, it's just below the real property transfer tax in table 8 that you may have just been looking at. And so, again, this is the difficult tax to forecast. We now have a few years of history, but also because of the $4 million exemption and the structure of the tax with the 26 different industries with the 26 different tax rates. So as you may recall from the prior meetings and historically how we've proceeded as forecasting this is budget, fiscal, and taxation staff think through it. We put together some alternative scenarios, and then we're trying to think through each of our own views of what the economy or our revenues are doing that might be going into the various 26 tax categories. And so out of that came the forecast that you see here, which is the 191.937 for FY21, 201.028 million for FY 2022, and 216.605 million for FY23. And so we did not change because, again, most of us were not really changing our view of the world. And so because of that, we didn't really know then why would we really be driving the commerce tax in a different direction than what we thought last time. We do think the rate of decline that we have here does make sense, and I think also somewhat lines up with the forecast that this body has been approving this morning. I think the thing to keep in mind that in this tax, the gaming percentage fees, insurance premium tax, or insurance premiums are not subject to the commerce tax, as well as the net proceeds of minerals for mining. And so some of the things that you might be thinking about going on that are not in this base. And so looking at one of the largest components is the wholesale and retail trade, and knowing that it's probably going to be the one that's declining here in this fiscal year, we thought the 6.4% decline was comfortable. And then having it start to come back as the economy recovers. And so with that, Mr. Chairman and members of the forum, that's the information on the commerce tax. And then on the second to last page, you have in the middle there the commerce tax credits. And again, recall this is a person who pays the commerce tax is entitled to up to 50% of their commerce tax liability as a credit back against the modified business tax. So it's the tax that you pay on the commerce tax in the preceding fiscal year becomes a credit base for the modified business tax that you pay in the current fiscal year. So again, in those detailed tables that we have, we worked through what we know historically, as well as any year-to-date information we have, is where the credits are at. And so based on that, you see the commerce tax credit forecast for FY21, FY22, and FY23 in the table, and that would be a forecast for the credits of $45.744 million for FY21, $43.362 million for FY 2022, and for FY23, $45.227 million. And so with that, Mr. Chair, that was the information that I wanted to present on this revenue item, as well as the commerce tax credits. And I can attempt to answer any questions that the members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kindon. Just a quick question from me, Craig Billings. Is there anything about the current circumstances that might change the cadence of the credits? Nothing comes to mind immediately, but is there anything that comes to your mind that might change how those are filed and the potential lag associated with those?
No. When this tax first started, we had a significant lag in terms of people taking the credit. So I think we're well past that learning curve of businesses realizing once they pay the commerce tax and have that liability. So we see the tail of the credits lagging and their outstanding credits is much less than what we used to see. And so we've taken that into account of how much credits actually occurs within the year and how much may lag. And also it is, when we first did this tax, that the level of credits that we thought would be much closer to the 50% when you look at the commerce tax in relation to the modified business tax, and it's much less than that. And so we've taken that information into consideration also when doing the tax credit forecast.
Thank you. Any other questions? Looks like none. Thank you, Mr. Gidd.
So with that, Mr. Chair, we would need a motion and a second to approve the commerce tax forecast and the commerce tax credits that I have stated here.
Also move.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a motion by Mr. Levitt and a second by Ms. Lewis to approve the commerce tax forecast that's in the tables. For the commerce tax for FY21, a forecast of 191.937, a forecast for FY22 of 201.028, and a forecast for FY23 of 216.605. And then the motion also then included the commerce tax credits. And so those would be commerce tax credits of 45.774 for FY21, 43.362 for FY 2022, and 45.227 for FY23. And again, these are in millions of dollars. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll call the roll. Mr. Levitt?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Streschley?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenthal?
Yes.
Chair Billings?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let the record reflect that the motion made by this body with regards to the forecast for the commerce tax and the commerce tax credits was passed unanimously by the body. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the items under agenda item 5. So if you'd like, we could proceed to agenda item 6, which is the minor general fund revenue forecast and tax credits that were considered and approved by the Technical Advisory Committee.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just swap things out here a little bit while I'm talking. So you have on page 43 of the packet, table 6, and this displays the forecast for all the minor revenues, general fund revenue sources, as well as the other the tax credit programs that were presented, the various forecasts that were presented to the Technical Advisory Committee at their meeting last Wednesday, November 25th. And then this is the forecast that was approved by them that's reflected in that table. I don't plan on spending a lot of time going through this unless there are questions for any of the revenue sources. I will point out there are 3 items that are here that were affected by legislative actions from the 31st special session. And that was the net proceeds of minerals had an additional payment that takes place in FY 2021. So there was an estimate made for that additional payment. There is the governmental services tax, that the 75% portion that was being deposited in the highway fund is required for FY 21 only to be deposited in the state general fund. And then the Department of Taxation is required to implement and administer a tax amnesty program before the end of FY 2021. That's estimated at about $14 million. So all these things were things that would generate additional money for FY 21 only. And thus, that's when you look at the forecasts for 22 to 23 at the, 22 to FY 21 at the bottom of the table, you can see it going down substantially. And it's not because of the forecasting per se of what's going on for these individual revenue sources economically. It's that change is principally due to the one-time revenue actions for those 3 revenue sources that I've cited. In fact, I can give you that the forecasts that are in the table for FY21, this current forecast that you're looking at is about $13.2 million higher than the November forecast that was presented to this body that was approved by the TAC. FY 2022 is about $8.6 million higher, and FY 23 is about $11 million higher in terms of the adjustments. Now, as the chair stated in his opening remarks, after the TAC, it came to staff's attention that there are 2 revenue sources that had issues that we felt after considering them and discussing through them that changes were made and that those changes should be brought forward to this body for consideration and approval as part of this agenda item. The first one is on the transportation connection tax. And so that one would be listed on page 43 in table 6 of the packet, I believe. And so this is the tax, that's the 3% tax on the amount for the fare for taxi cabs as well as Uber and Lyft, transportation connection type entities. And so the forecast you see listed in the table there what happened is when staff was putting together the table that was brought and doing our consensus that was then brought forward to the Technical Advisory Committee, the Department of Taxation's downward revised forecasts were inadvertently left out. Ms. Owens brought that to staff's attention, and after talking with my counterpart, Ms. Powers, in the budget office, we thought that information should be incorporated. So including the taxation's forecast into the information set, and the consensus that was brought forward for the tax consideration was the average of all 3 forecasters. When we looked at them, we thought that sort of was where the comfort zone was, and we still believe that's the reasonable place to be for this tax. So the effect of that action would be to revise the forecast that you see in the tables there down by $1 million in FY21, $2 million in FY 2022, and $667,000 in FY 23. And so if the body would, as part of the motion, would end up accepting these recommendations from staff, the forecast that you see there, instead of $14,782,000 for FY 21, would become $13,782,000. For FY 22, the forecast that you see in the table currently of $17,989,000 would become $15,989,000. And the forecast that you see currently in the tables for FY 23 of $29,245,000 would become $28,578,000. So that is what the change with regarding the transportation connection tax. The second revenue source that there was an issue that came to staff's attention would be on the third page, on the fourth page of that table. And it's at the very top. It's GL 3101, insurance licenses. It was brought to our attention that the insurance division that with regards that there's a fee that's imposed, and that revenue source is now being deposited into the insurance license GL, beginning at the end. It was in the second half of FY 2020, and thus beginning here in FY 21. And so after evaluating that information, said that information wasn't available to the forecasters, and we thought now that we're aware of it, we should at least reconsider our forecast. And so out of that action, that the staff from the budget office and the fiscal analysis division, after working through this, you can see that the forecast you have in that table is the 24,568,000 for FY 21. Staff would recommend changing it to 24,898,000, or an upward revision of 330,000. For FY 2022, you see in the sheets currently a forecast of 25,312,000. Staff would recommend changing it to 25,587,000, or an upward revision of 275,000. And then for FY 23, you see the forecast of 26,075,000. Staff would recommend changing it to 26,690,000, or an upward revision of 615,000. This is a total for the 3 years of about 1.22 million. So we realize this is not a significant change, but we just felt that after evaluating it was not something that was available to us as information as forecasters when we were preparing the forecast. And so since we couldn't present that information to the TAC, but we did have the opportunity to incorporate it and bring it forward for this body as consideration. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I think that was the information that I wanted to provide with regard to the Technical Advisory Committee's forecast. So thus, if there was a motion to be made and a second by the body, it would be to approve the forecasts that are in Table 6 that are in the packet. Well, excuse me. Well, let me keep going with the revenues, and then I'll back up and do the credits. With the two adjustments that I've just discussed, and when I do if there is a first and second for that, then I will go through that to make that part of the record. In Table 6, also, there were no changes made to the tax credit forecasts that were done at the last meeting. We did evaluate the year-to-date information as well as the information that was provided to agencies, and we didn't have any information that led us to believe that we needed to change the estimates for any of the tax credit programs that you see at the bottom of the table in the gray shaded area. So again, with that, then that motion would be for under this agenda item is to approve the revenue forecast in Table 6 plus the tax credit estimates that are in Table 6 with the adjustments to the transportation connection excise tax and the insurance license tax as have been presented by staff. And with that, Mr. Chair, I can attempt to answer any questions that the members may have.
Are there any questions? And if not, can we get a motion for the revenues as amended and the credits?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, I had a motion by Ms. Lewis, I think, and a second by Ms. Rosenthal. Is that correct?
Reverse.
Oh, sorry. So I was trying to write something else here as a note to make sure I got it right on the record. So we have a first by Ms. Rosenthal and a second by Ms. Lewis. I apologize. So Mr. Chair, with that, then the motion by Ms. Rosenthal and seconded by Ms. Lewis would be to approve the forecast that are in Table 6 of the Economic Forums packet with the transportation connection excise tax adjusted to be $13,782,000 for FY21, $15,989,000 for FY 2022, $28,578,000 for FY 2023, and then to change the forecast for the insurance licenses from that in the table to $24,898,000 for FY21, $25,587,000 for FY 2022, and $26,690,000 for FY 2023. And that motion then was also to approve the tax credits as reflected in that table. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I will call the roll. Mr. Levitt,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Streschley,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenthal,
Yes.
Chair Billings.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that concludes the actions by this body required under Agenda Item 5 and Agenda Item 6 to approve the forecast. So at this point in time, what staff will be asking is for you to go into recess. And this is going to be a little different because we're virtual. So what will happen is staff will go back, and they've been doing it while we've been doing our work here, putting the numbers into the table, putting them into the report. I will go back to my office and work with my colleagues to just check everything over. And then when we're done, we will email a version of the report and the tables to the members to allow you an opportunity to review staff's work, that we accurately reflected the actions of this body. When you're ready then and let us know as staff, then we can come back into recess and go over everything in the table and get in terms of your review and approval of the forecast report and the tables that staff got things right. And then there will be one thing on this is that because of the virtual nature, as I discussed, that we'll be approving the report, this body, without your signatures. We just looked at it logistically and think it's difficult to get the signatures in this environment and try and get the report to the governor and the legislature. In fact, I am slated to make a presentation to the freshman legislators on the Economic Forum's forecast report next Tuesday. And so you'll see in the cover letters for the governor and the legislature information that you're approving the report without signatures because of the virtual nature of this meeting. And then finally, that it was our intent, Mr. Chair, that after the forum ends up approving the final version of the report and the forecast table and adjourns, then we will put the approved report out on what's called our listserv, which is people who sign up to get information from the forum. And so that can be distributed out to them and then put it up on the website as quickly as we can possibly do that upon adjournment. So what we're trying to do is simulate what we would have done in the physical world here in terms of allowing the members a chance to review it and then come back and formally review that and have staff address any questions or concerns on the record, and then be able to get it out to the press and the public as soon as they can, since they can't be here in the room to get copies. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I would ask then that if the forum would go into recess and allow staff the opportunity to get their work done, and then we'll be interacting with you via email to get the work done so that then we'll come back into session.
Mr. Ginden, thank you. I'd like to put some rough time parameters around this just so we can do some basic planning for the members. How much time do you estimate staff will require?
I think I've always underestimated in the physical world. So in the virtual world, I think I would give us somewhere between an hour to an hour and a half. I know that seems like a long time, but virtually, when we can't be together, we'll be interacting virtually to get this done. So how about if we average an hour and 15 minutes approximately?
Okay, so why don't we, would everyone else agree that we would provide 30 minutes of review time for the members of the forum? Okay, great. So let's work under the assumption that we reconvene it at 1:45.
That works, Mr. Chairman. And if it ends up that we're in a place that we can be earlier, then as the chair, you can bring the forum back out of recess and back in the session. So.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll be in touch with you, Mr. Chair.
Shall we disconnect and reconnect?
No, you can stay connected if you want, according to BPS, and if they'd like to jump in here. You can disconnect if you want, but they're okay with you just staying connected, and you can mute your microphone and your camera.
Thank you. See you in an hour and 45.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair, we're unmuted to the broadcast. You may reconvene when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Do we have everybody? Let me just see. Yep. Okay. Great. Mr. Gindin, do we have you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm just looking up. Yep, I see all the members here, so thank you. So what you had is the draft of the preliminary version of the report with the numbers put in your reviews. So suddenly I can't find my copy. So I didn't know if there was any questions or discussion that the members wanted to have with regards to questions that need to be addressed or changes that need to be considered. Otherwise, you have the text version of the report with the numbers in it, and then the table, and then the watermark will be taken off of it. And again, the intent is once the forum has approved this report and adjourn the meeting, so that way we make sure you can't come back and make any changes, then that is the version of the report that will be placed on the website and also put on the listserv to be emailed out to those members. And then we will work to electronically distribute it to the governor and his staff and the members of the legislature. And so with that, then, if there are any questions, we can address those. If not, then what we would need is a motion and a second to approve the report as you have it available to you. And that would be under agenda item 7.
Do any of my fellow members of the forum have any comments or questions on the draft report that was circulated?
So for the record, this is Linda Rosenthal. Can I just confirm, Russ? So if I look at the letter and I look at the table, I don't even know what page this is on. Starts with use of money and property, where the total general fund revenue after credits is displayed.
Yes. Yeah, it'd be the use of money.
Is it it's just the top of the page in the description.
Yeah,
The
so
bottom
it's the
line
last
is-
page of the table, correct.
So FY19 total general fund revenue after tax credits of 4.3 billion went down to 4.1 in 20, right? So a couple $100 million. Then it goes down another 60 million in 21, and then it starts going up. The actual forecast that we had though for FY20, we had that growing, right? So the difference between the Economic Forum's forecast for FY20 and FY21 and what we have here, where do I see those differences? I think if we go back to the table 8, right, we'd see FY20. So originally it was,
Yeah, so.
what was our original forecast? I just want to get a sense of the impact of the overall general fund from COVID from our forecast.
Table 8, I don't think shows the forecast in 20. It shows.
Right, just shows the
Yeah,
actual.
it actually does. Table 8, if you look, the economic form with the footnote 1, superscript 1, FY21, the 4,735.876, that would be the economic forum's May 1st, 2019 forecast for FY21, adjusted for legislative actions from the 2019 session. So that would have been the total general fund after tax credits that was being forecast.
But I think Ms. Rosenthal's question was 2020, was it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2020, yeah, I don't have that one, but I think your reference point is, yes, 2020, I can't remember the number, how much lower it was than what the forum originally forecast back in May 2019 for FY 2020, but it was several $100 million because of the impact of shutting down the supply curves in March, April, May, and partially June.
And then in 21, it was forecasted at 4.7 billion, and now we've got a forecast of 4 billion, basically. So another 700 million in 21.
Yes, that would be the delta that's going on between the forecast that you did today as the revised forecast for FY21 and then what was prepared by this body back in May 2019. It is worth pointing, since you're bringing up the difference that's going on here, is that in terms of thinking about it from the expenditure side of the state's budget, it's not that bad, because there was a June 29th budget fiscal consensus forecast that lowered the estimate for FY21, and then that was what was used during the 31st special session to make adjustments to the budget for FY 2021. I just don't remember those numbers, but that's a good question. When you look at that delta and go, that's a big number, but it's not that big in terms of the budget impact that we would prepare, because we've already come in and made adjustments to the budget for FY20 and FY21 due to the revised forecast that budget and fiscal did back in June 29th that was used during the 31st special session.
Yeah, I understand that the legislature met and made some adjustments, but if we just go forum forecast to forum forecast for 21, it's about 650, 700 million. And then there is also some delta in FY20 as well from COVID, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a sense, because if you look at this page, the last page in the tables, it looks like it's down a couple $100 million and that's it, and then we recover. So I was trying to get a sense of what it really was compared to what we had expected and what we had forecasted for use by the legislature and the governor in the previous session. That's all.
Yes, I get it. And I apologize. I didn't bring the May 4th, 2019 forecast table with me so I could look at it. I can bring it up on my computer here and look at it if you'd like to be able to provide those numbers.
It's okay, Russell. This is fine. I got a sense. Thank you.
And I guess with that, Mr. Chairman, I can put it on the record here, since those people are listening, that in the tables, then the total forecast that's net after all the various tax credits that can be taken, the economic forums forecast for FY 2021 is basically 4.013 billion, 4.012 billion. Then it's for FY 2022, it's 4.116 billion, and then it's 4.392 billion for FY 2023. And as Ms. Rosenthal is pointing out, as a reference point, actual collections for FY 2019 were 4.287 billion. So by FY 2023, you're just getting, again, slightly above the FY 2019 actual. And then the forecast comparing the FY 22 and FY 23, which we call the 2021-23 biennium, those two combined fiscal years, that biennium estimate is approximately $418 million higher than the revised estimate for the current biennium, 2019-21, which would be the actual for FY 2020, and today's revised estimate for FY 2021 in terms of some metrics that from looking at the table, and then what would be how much more revenue is being forecast for the next biennium, 21-23, compared to the revised forecast for that biennium.
Thank you, Mr. Gannon. Any other comments or questions? I took a look through the materials. Thank you for sending those out to you and the team, Mr. Gannon. It seems to faithfully represent all the numbers that we went through, and the accompanying letter is consistent with what we had previously reviewed. So I suspect you need a motion to approve the document.
I'll make a motion to approve the document.
I'll go ahead and second.
So, Mr. Chairman, we have a motion by Mr. Levitt and a second by Ms. Lewis to approve the forecast report that is available to you and that will be distributed upon adjournment of this meeting and then provided to the governor and the legislature as required under NRS 353.228. And so with that, then I will call the roll for the vote. Mr. Levitt,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Stressley,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenthal,
Yes.
Chair Billings.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let the record reflect that under agenda item 7, for the approval of the Economic Forum's forecast report, that the vote was unanimous based on the motion to approve it. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes the business of agenda item 7. So what's next is agenda item 8, which is the instructions to the Technical Advisory Committee, or the TAC. And so unless there's any change to the instructions from this body, what will be happening then is in March, we'll be sending out the request to all the various executive branch agencies to ask them to provide us their revised forecast for FY 21, 22, and 23. And then staff will, from budget and fiscal, will use those to prepare a set of forecasts for the current set of minor general fund revenues and tax credits that the Technical Advisory Committee has been designated by this body to consider. And then those would be brought forward to the Economic Forum for their consideration at their meeting in May. So under this one, we're fine, Mr. Chairman, that if there are no changes in direction, as chair, you can just tell us, unless any of the members have changes, that there are no changes, and thus as staff to this body and staff to the TAC, we will perform the same duties and actions that we did in April that we did for this forecast.
I don't have any, does anyone else have any comment? Sounds unanimous.
Thank you. So then the next agenda item is the scheduling of future economic meetings. And so under this one, May 1st actually falls on a Saturday. And so under the statutory provisions for the Economic Forum, they can meet up to 2 business days after that weekend. So that would mean that this body could meet on Monday, May 3rd, or Tuesday, the 4th. So I would ask you to be looking at your calendars and keep those 2 days open. We can lock it in here now, today, if you'd like to, or we can just allow you to go back and look at your schedules. And then we'll have Judy Lyons, as the secretary to the forum, reach out to you to get that date set. It would probably be advantageous to get it set on everybody's calendars as soon as we can, because we are during the legislative session, and so things just get logistically and dynamically a little different to be able to hold this meeting during the legislative session, and especially we're not 100% sure what the environment will be like then for meeting, whether it'll still be virtual or we'll be able to actually convene and have a physical meeting. And so with that, Mr. Chair, that would be up to the body's direction to set the date. I will tell you, as staff to the forum, having it on the 4th would be better, because that gives us an extra day as staff. And but we understand it's up to your schedules, the 5 of you, in terms of what can be accommodated in terms of the 3rd or the 4th.
Personally, I have multiple potential board meetings that week, so it's impossible for me to schedule that now until I know more. So I'll have to coordinate. I don't know about the other members, but I'll have to coordinate subsequent to this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just ask Judy to send out an email next week, so at least we can get that email out there and start the discussions amongst all the members in terms of them looking at their schedules. And then we will just work with you to find a day and time that works. Thank you.
Thanks.
And so with that, Mr. Chair, I think that concludes the business of this meeting. What's left is public comment. And so at this point in time, we could allow our BPS staff to do what they do.
Hello, Chair and Committee. We usually recommend taking a 2-minute break when you announce the second public comment to give people a moment to call in. Would you like to do that now?
Yes, please.
The brief recess, Chair. The public line is open and working, but there are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, under this agenda item, I would like to note that staff did receive public comment from 2 individuals, and that public comment was provided to us via email. And so that public comment will be PDF'd and placed on the website along with the other material for this meeting of the Economic Forum. So I just wanted to point that out to the members and also make that part of the record that there was public comment provided. And it will be placed as part of this meeting and the public record of this meeting. And if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair, given Ms. Rosenthal's question, because it started perplexing me a little, the number that we have in the table of the $4.7 million for FY21. So during our 2-minute break, I went and looked up the numbers. So the Economic Forum's forecast in May 2019 for FY 2020 was approximately $4.45 billion. And then it was approximately $4.6 billion coming out of the May 2019. The 4.7 comes from what we have to do is to try and maintain the record of the Economic Forum's forecast based on legislative actions, is during the 31st special session, those one-time things for the net proceeds, the governmental services tax and the amnesty were worth about $147 million. So that's how we go from 4.6 to 4.7 in terms of what's being reflected in that table 8 is because technically this body wasn't involved in that action, but we have to try and adjust the forum's forecast for those legislative actions so that we can keep an accurate tab on what the expected general fund revenues are. So, Ms. Rosenthal, I just wanted to be able to provide that to your question of what the forecasts were coming out of May 2019 at the end of the legislative session, and then the adjustment that was made to the May 2019 forecast for FY21 based on the 31st special session. And I'm sure that's cleared it up a lot, but that was my attempt to do so.
Thank you.
So with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes all the agenda items other than item 11, which is adjournment of this body by you, the chair, when you are ready to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Gindin. And thanks again to you and all the other presenters for all the extensive work that goes into preparing for these meetings. We genuinely appreciate it. Any comments from my fellow members before we adjourn? No?
No, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, members.
Bye.
Bye.